Hello. Hi there. Hi everybody. It's Luke. I'm back. And guess what? We're gonna be playing some more Punishing Grey Raven today. Because not so long ago, a week ago, a new main story chapter and construct got added. And I wasn't really able to do it last week because holiday stuff and the new WUWA update came out, so I was kind of just focused on, doing those things. I just didn't really have the time. But now I have time. So, we're gonna do it. As I mentioned, this new... Hi Cole! Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. Yes, so, as I mentioned, this new update, as always, brings a new construct. In this case, our little adorable little Teddy gets her first S-rank frame. I was especially excited for her because she's also she already is. She is the new Radiance amplifier. We all know I'm all in for the Radiance team. And she's completely free along with all her gear, which is very, very nice. And in fact, I have already acquired her. And her weapon. I don't have her cub yet. But I have Teddy and I have her weapon. And look at her, she's so cute. She play her game. She's gaming, yeah. Also, she gets mad at you when you rank her up because she's like, does this mean I'm gonna have to do more work? And you know what? She's allowed to say that. She's allowed to say that. Yeah, so this is Teddy's new Spectre frame. She is an ice amplifier with the Radiance effect. And because she's Radiance, I needed her. I gotta make my Radiance team good. Gotta make them strong. Gotta support Bianca. I still haven't gotten her cub yet, but I'll get there. I'll get there. It's from this new shop. And look at her cub! Look at her cub! It's named Beep Boop! Its name is Beep Boop. I think that's adorable. This is Beep Boop. Thank you, Beep Boop. Soon I will have Beep Boop. Soon. Oh, I should collect this quickly. Just before I forget. But anyway. We got a new story chapter here. Sightline Breach. Oh wait, did I click something wrong? Eh? Oh, there it is. Wrong button. Sightline Breach. So, from what I've seen of, previews of this chapter, it seems like maybe Teddy has gotten, trapped in some kind of, weird virtual world where she's a detective. I don't know what's going on, really. But anyway, let's find out, I guess. Fate of the Hacker. A pool of deep, glistening vital fluid soaks through pink synthetic hair. The young girl, Christina, lies broken and motionless. And as you may or may not know, Christina is Teddy's birth name, but she doesn't go by Christina anymore. She doesn't like being called Christina. She likes being called Teddy. You were playing Animal Crossing all day and you used up the last of your tickets, 320 in total, to find one villager that you didn't get. I'm assuming 320 is a lot. Like, how to put it in better perspective for me, how many do you need to find a villager? And so, like, how many attempts was that? How many attempts? We've got one achievement just for completing a stage. Oh, right into the action. We're Teddy's old frame still. Go to work. Oh, this place is... Yeah, I've never been here. Hi. Morning, Teddy. You look tired. Want me to get you a coffee? And Teddy just leaves. Everyone got food crazy. The staff meals are so delicious! I absolutely love eating them! Okay, buddy. Wait, can I not cross the street? Or do I have to go... Do I go up and then over? Huh? Here we go. I can cross the road. Oh, we got a thing. They were not cheap. You have 0.18% chance to find a specific species of villager, and 320 gives you a 43.56% chance of finding them. Oh gosh. Girl, something's up with your eye. Morning, Tina. I'll call you after work. Oh, is that it? Just walking to work? That's the whole stage? There is only one true heroism in the world. To see the world as it is, and to love it. Now you're just gonna do some sketching? Good luck with your sketching! I hope you sketch very well. Romaine Roland. Elysium, a cold steel jungle. A city of near perpetual night. High above the bustling streets, a virtual model beams from a massive holographic billboard, her tireless smile hovering as her high heels seemingly stride through the dense crowds below. Neon lights from countless billboards twist through the haze of smoke and steam, painting the skyscraper facades in electric color. Then, the night rain arrives right on schedule, like an old friend tasked with blurring the smog into a streaky watercolor. From her usual high vantage point, the purple-haired woman gazes down at the metropolis. A line from an old novel surfaces in her mind. The sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel. She glances toward the distant harbor, where pinpoints of light struggle to pierce the oppressive gloom. Not even close. In her earpiece, the police channel buzzes with relentless dispatch codes. Incident 2077. We have a call about anomalous sounds in apartment 703 at 442 Arclight Avenue. Sector 94. Respond and investigate. 12A94 copies. En route to 2077. All units, stand by. 12A94 is responding to Incident 2077. Isn't 2077 the number from the Cyberpunk game? Isn't it Cyberpunk 2077? I bet that's a reference. I bet that's a reference. 12A94 on scene at apartment 703. Knocked. No answer. I've got visual on blood under the door. Requesting emergency entry. Copy that. Please upload photos and video footage of the scene. Yeah, this place does look very cyberpunk. This is 12A94. Cleared for entry. Breaching now. 12A94. Acknowledge. What's the status on Incident 2077? 12A94. Code 1. Do you copy? 12A94 copies. Code 2H. Confirming 1 civilian casualty. I repeat, 1 civilian casualty. This is ED-03. The Unwinged. Intel received. I am inbound. 12A94, knock down the perimeter. Or lock down the perimeter. Do not contaminate the scene. A moment of silence falls over the radio channel. Patrol Officer Johnny huddles under the scant shelter of a dripping eave, waiting for the visitor's arrival. Moments later, an anti-grav car that belongs to the Department of Public Safety descends before 442 Arclight Avenue. The door slides open, and a black umbrella unfurls against the curtain of rain as the Unwinged steps up. Johnny meets the lavender-haired woman on the pavement, the rain immediately plastering his hair to his forehead. Hello, I'm Patrol Officer Johnny from the 12th Patrol Division. The patter of rain and the relentless drone of the nearby billboards swallow his words, blurring his form into the neon-smeared backdrop. Unit designation 12A94. My partner's upstairs securing the scene. He raises his voice. Honestly, it's a real relief you're here, Inspector. Well, I know. Her tone is a flat, polished stone, leaving no room for the pleasantries he was attempting. Right. This way, Inspector Moineau. Moineau? I'm not good with French, as we've learned from last night's Expedition 33 stream. Any urge for small talk he might have had is now gone. The elevator shudders to a halt on the 7th floor. Likely to keep residents in good spirits, the management had installed these relentlessly cheerful cartoon jingles, a stark, almost cruel contrast to the scene awaiting them. Moineau steps out, her eyes immediately tracking the door numbers down the hall. 730, 729. The numbers are running backward. She pivots, heading towards 703. Give me the sit rep. The caller is Alan Blake, male, 42, lives alone in 704. Said he called us after hearing some unusual noises from next door. What time did he hear them? 7:15? 7:14? When was the call logged? Let me check. It was 8:12 p.m. Your ATA? We were on the scene by 8:18. Time of death? He fumbles, wringing his hands. With all due respect, ma'am, we're patrol. We don't have the training for that. Best guess is it was very recent. 7:06? 7:05? Victim's ID? His face contorts, a mask of fresh discomfort. What is it? The victim's name is Christina. She's a construct. Wano's scanning gaze halts at 7:03, passes over the flickering yellow holographic tape, and locks onto the floor inside the open doorway. A pool of deep, glistening vital fluid soaks through the pink synthetic hair. The young girl, Christina, lies broken and motionless. You've gotta be kidding me. The night rain bleeds neon through the haze, swallowing the city whole. Inside apartment 703 at 442 Arclight Avenue, the forensic investigator snaps off her gloves. Time of examination, 9:03 p.m. Estimated time of death is between 7:20 and 7:50 p.m. The victim? The forensic investigator looks up. Wano, the department's star agent, stands with her arms crossed, her attention clearly elsewhere as she checks the time on her terminal. She hasn't heard a word. She understands the distraction. In fact, every officer at the scene is watching Wano, their attention taut. They all know who Wano's partner is. The soft commotion echoes from the hallway. Murmurs of surprise, the sound of officers greeting someone. Inspector, right this way. Every officer holds their breath, their attention fixed on the doorway where Wano's partner, and the victim's spectral double in hair color, is about to appear. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Wano steps forward. I wasn't aware you had another sister. Teddy. Sightline Breach, Chapter 38. Inside the sewer, Elysium, Dock. This is the city's lower intestine, a world away from the gleaming lights and glass facades above. Here, the only spectacle is the murky effluent of urban waste. Rust, decay, and things better left unnamed stew together in a witch's cauldron, brewing a stench that doesn't just assault the nostrils, but seeps into the soul. What is that? Ooh, who this guy? He kinda cute. Oh no. Eileen's gonna kill me. Okay, don't panic. A bouquet and a home-cooked meal. That's the price for ruining her floor. So forgive me. Right, mission first. Focus, Moore. Inspector Moore of the Crime Investigation Bureau dismisses the unidentified filth beneath his shoe, his attention already returning to the scene. The sewer system under the docks is such a maze. So this is where our tax money's really going. It's easy to get turned around down here, even for me. Regular person wouldn't stand a chance. Jack. What were you thinking, coming to a place like this? The missing person case flashes back into Moore's mind. He tightens his jaw and hardens his gaze. Moore has been working on the case of a man named Jack, missing for over 48 hours. A painstaking review of surveillance footage traced Jack's last known movements to the docks, where the trail went cold again. Hey, have any of you seen this man? 34, brown hair, about 5'8", and around 155 pounds. Nope, don't know him. Probably jumped into the drink. Folks are fragile these days. One bad day and they give up. Hold on, I might have seen him. Really? Tell me what you saw. Yesterday during dinner, I saw a guy in the distance. Looked like he was hunting for something. Pretty sure he ducked into the sewer access over there. Can't swear it was your guy though. Only saw his back. But what? If you know something, tell me. Well, it's not really a lead. But there's been some weird noises coming from down there lately. What kind of noises? Like machinery. The guys say they've seen weird-looking mechanoids skulking around, once with a red glow. I guess it's just some company testing new gear, seeing how it holds up in the muck. After interviewing the dock workers, Moore entered the sewers to begin his search. There you are. Moore crouches, his eyes cutting through the filth until they lock onto a single clear footprint. He follows the trail of scattered impressions, his own form swallowed by the oppressive gloom of the sewers. Click-clack. It's here. He quickly drops into a low crouch, his footsteps going silent. He presses against the damp wall, carefully leaning to peer around a corner. There he sees them, the mechanoids the dock worker mentioned. And beside them, Jack, sprawled motionless on the ground, long past his last breath. Then, in the darkness, a dozen visual sensors bloom with malevolent red light, all turning toward him in unison. Investigate. Oh, and these Yeti? They're apparently fungal crab things. Fungal crab things. Room 703. Apartment 703, 442 Arclight Avenue. Alicia. So the victim's name is Christina? Yeah. Creepy, isn't it? Just a name. Hey guys! Hey, robot people just passing through. Yep, that's probably what I would have said. You know that's not what I mean. She looks way too much like you. A coincidence. Obviously. Wano shakes her head, letting the subject die in the heavy silence. Shall I continue? Based on our preliminary examination, the estimated time of death is between 7:30 p.m. and 7:50 p.m. The victim sustained multiple wounds, several showing signs of field treatment. The technique suggests self-administered care. The fatal injury is a single clean puncture from back to front, piercing the core. A precise and efficient strike. This wound is distinct from the others. Here, both her bionic dermis and internal mechanics show thermal degradation. The forensic investigator passes over a photograph. This indicates the weapon had either a high-temperature blade or an energy edge. The remaining wounds are consistent with an attack from this mechanoid. She points to the mechanoid remains on the floor. These are projectile impacts. And these are lacerations from its integrated blade. Mechanoids are supposed to be non-hostile. The Elysium Mechanical Production Act mandates prime directives against harming humans. This leads us to conclude... Teddy steps forward and kneels before Christina. The forensic investigator's report fades into indistinct noise. Christina's lifeless eyes stare back, her face a mirror of Teddy's own. For a moment, Teddy feels as if she is the one lying on the floor. A coldness floods her body, her core no longer generating heat. With vital fluid draining from her frame, her vision blurs, doubles, and slowly dissolves into darkness. She's trapped here, unable to move. She witnesses it all, patrol officers knocking, breaching the door, and establishing a perimeter with police tape. She feels the forensic investigator inspecting her wounds, taking photographs. I am dead. Christina. I wait here quietly for Christina to come. An overwhelming sense of absurdity floods her. For an infinitesimal moment, the entire world feels like a fabrication. What were you looking at, Christina? Teddy. I mean, she was looking at Teddy. That joke is in seriously poor taste, Mono. Mono points behind Teddy. Only then does she notice the teddy bear sitting on the table behind her. Hi, Ashfrost. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Teddy steps forward, picking up the stuffed bear to examine it. Just an ordinary teddy bear. Teddy? What a weird ID. It's not weird at all. Oh, is that little baby Teddy? She's so cute. Fine, you win. It's not that bad. What's the problem? It's nothing. Just a headache. Do you check the building surveillance? The time of death was recent. The killer can't have gone far. The latest footage should show something. You mean further traumatized? I did a quick review. No anomalies. What's your take on that mechanoid? It's a Guardian 3, a civilian-grade auto-security unit manufactured by Rokubishi Electric. They're usually only bought in bulk by corporations, supposedly armed with non-lethal deterrents only. The lady on the left looks like Grimnir if he was a lady. I see it. She's not anywhere near as hammy as Grimnir, though. Non-lethal. She repeats Wano's words with dripping sarcasm. Two possibilities. One, someone rewrote its core directives, and it would take a real expert to manage that. The second is a fundamental design flaw that made it malfunction and attack autonomously. We're paying Rokubishi Electric a visit. Judging by the scene, there was more than one mechanoid here. Teddy surveys the chaotic disarray of the apartment. Yes, at least two. As she responds to Teddy, Wano connects her hacking module to Christina's computer. I'll access her terminal and see if I can find any leads. Alright, I'll question the neighbors. Teddy knocks on the door of apartment 704. It's opened by a man whose expression is a landscape of deep trouble. Officer? Hello, I'm Inspector Teddy, Elysium Crime Investigation Bureau, batch number ED08. I have some questions about the terminal, about the incident. You're the one who called it in, correct? Yeah. Can you describe exactly what you heard? Well, I was eating, and I heard someone fighting next door. First I thought it was an action movie. But then the walls shook. That's when I knew it was a real fight. I was too scared to do anything. Do you recall the exact time this happened? I checked the clock. It's stuck in my head. 7:28 p.m. Then I heard glass breaking, so I looked out. Hi, Neil. And what did you see? There was this thing. A shadow like a monster, glowing red. It just vanished. I thought I was seeing things. After that, everything went quiet. That was around 7:35. Our log shows your call came in at 8:12. You waited quite a while. Can you explain the delay? I didn't want any trouble. I wasn't going to call at all, but that thing... I couldn't get that shadow out of my head. The more I thought about it, the more it terrified me. So... I finally called. You beat Lies of P, but accidentally got the bad ending, so now you have to replay the whole thing for the good ending? Oh god. Do you have to replay the whole thing? Is there not like a particular save point you can go back to? Maybe you weren't doing it like that. Maybe you weren't like making multiple save. Oh, Souls games don't do that? Okay. The Lies of Pi. You're just new game plussing it on the easiest difficulty. Yeah, that'll make it quicker. Hello, I'm Inspector Teddy, Elysium Crime Investigation Bureau, badge number ED08. I have some questions about the incident. What happened? I was asleep. Wait, someone died? And I'm definitely using this to get my rent lowered. I'm doing okay. I had a very relaxing day today, which I felt like I needed it after the family function yesterday. Didn't hear a thing. Don't know anything. Yeah, he does have priorities. Rent's expensive. Get back in here and make my damn dinner! A man's voice calls from inside the apartment. Yesterday's function, it was just family Christmas. Family Christmas. People coming over to eat food. A bit late for that? Yeah. Shut up, you worthless piece of trash! As a cup explodes against the floor inside the apartment, the tired woman's veins bulge like cords across her forehead. This time I won't hold back! You couldn't take me on your best day! I never should have married you! Sorry. As you can see, I'm about to be a little preoccupied. I didn't hear anything because I was busy trading blows with him. I think they should get a divorce. Oh, that girl. She kept odd hours. You knew her? Not really. Didn't even catch her name. My own schedule's a mess because of work. He gestures toward the live streaming equipment in his room. I'm a streamer. You know how it is. Once did a 43-hour marathon. Anyway, point is, a few times I went out for food in the early morning, I'd run into her in the hall. Sometimes heading out, sometimes coming back. Always looked guarded. Oh, right. I think she was going to the docks. Wait a minute. It's a scrawny resident who's a streamer. Is it me? Is this character supposed to be me? Is this my self-insert character? What makes you say that? I'm sensitive to smells. Allergies, you know? Once in the elevator, I caught the distinct scent of the sea on her. The specific kind you only get at the docks. She must have uncovered the truth about this world. It was suicide! Listen, this world isn't real. We were all abducted by the Migo Yeti from the Centaurs constellation. Those fungal crabs are disguising themselves as humans, living among us. We're all just brains in jars. Teddy rubs her temples in frustration, heading back into apartment 703. Get anything useful? Apparently, this world isn't real. Huh? And we're all just brains in jars being experimented on by Migo Yeti. Uh-huh. Oh, and these Yeti? They're apparently fungal crab things. What are you even talking about? Putting the cosmic horror aside, the victim kept irregular hours, went out frequently, and had ties to the docks. I found the same. Mono gestures for Teddy to come over to the computer. Look at this mail. Public stowage. Dear Ms. AAA Bear, your storage unit rental agreement is due to expire on the 30th of this month. If you wish to continue using our storage facilities, please renew your subscription and settle the corresponding fees before the expiration date. If you decide to discontinue our service, please ensure all belongings are cleared from the unit by the expiration date and reply "cancel" to this message to unsubscribe. She renewed it. The facility is close to the docks. Public stowage near the docks, Elysium. The vast 3-story building seems to stretch on forever. After questioning the facility manager, they learned that Christina's unit, registered under the name AAA Bear, is tucked away in the corner of the first floor. This is the place. Mono steps forward. She slides the manager's spare key into the lock and, with a sharp pull, pulls the rattling door up on its tracks. Not even an electronic lock? Maybe that's precisely why Christina chose it. No digital trail. The storage unit yawns open, revealing the owner's private space. Dominating the wall is a long table, with a cork bulletin board hanging above. The board is plastered with photographs of Elysium's buildings, all connected by an intricate web of red and yellow threads. At the web's center is a picture of the central building. A sticky note beside it poses a single, cryptic question. Real or fake? On the table below, a data chip rests amid other scattered items. Apparently, the unit also serves as a sparse living quarters, furnished with a folding bed and refrigerator. While the floor is a jumble of surveying and excavation tools, a spirit level, an inclinometer, a shovel, a pickaxe, a hammer, and a small handheld drill. Teddy inserts the chip into her terminal. Instantly, a holographic interface materializes in the air. Various statistical data about Elysium appears, methodically arranged and categorized. City water supply stats, population census data, public transport operational costs. Huh? Distracted from her examination of the tools, Mono's head snaps up, her face etched with puzzlement. That's what's on the chip. Why was she collecting all this data? Your guess is as good as mine. Teddy murmurs, her attention clearly elsewhere. Her gaze cuts through the holographic data, fixing on the sticky note at the center of the evidence board. There's a hidden passage under this refrigerator. Mono shoves the refrigerator aside, pulls back the carpet, and reveals a hinged metal trap door beneath. Shall we go down? Okay. Alright. Let's go.
So, the warehouse's secret door leads to the sewers.
Stay sharp. There might be danger ahead. Are these scratch marks? They look just like the ones from those riding machines at the apartment.
Let's go. Blood.
Blood here. Wait, this texture. It's vital fluid.
So, construct blood. Right by this conspicuous pipe. Her feet make weird noises. Ah!
Someone's fighting over there.
It's more. He's not gonna last. Let's go help him.
Okay. Here we go.
A glitch.
Ow!
Trace found the bug. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
Why are you here too?
I'm on a missing persons case. And the trail led me down into these sewers. Never thought I'd run into these red-eyed machines here.
Do you know where these machines came from?
Beats me. I just ran into them while following a lead.
All right, let's try to get out of here first.
Well, that's it? We're clear. Those rioting machines didn't follow us down. Rioting machines. Yeah, that fits. Thanks for the backup. I thought I was finished back there. Deeper in the sewers, the three slow their pace, Finally clear of the rioting machines, and now heading for the exit. Why were you operating alone? Did you request backup from HQ? Old White retired the day before yesterday. They haven't assigned me a new partner yet. God, since you mentioned like Yaoi Dojin earlier, this guy has hair that reminds me of the protagonist of a BL I've been reading lately. Or, well, except he did change, the character changed his hair recently, kind of. There was a time skip and his hair got a lot longer because he hasn't been taking care of it. You didn't know? Moore gives Moineau a puzzled look. Wasn't paying attention. Really? I always thought you kept up with all the office gossip. Stereotyping. My comms got jammed during the fight. Couldn't call for help. Moore probes the wound at his waist, and a sharp hiss of pain escapes his clenched teeth. Interesting? Yeah. The two main characters of that one are good looking. Although, the up until recently, the main character's haircut has been like kinda like, come on, dude. Get a different haircut. But now his hair is longer and it looks better, but also it's a clear sign that he hasn't been mentally well over the time skip. So it's like also bad. They're in angsty mode in this series at the moment. It's angst time. The main couple broke up, and then 4 years passed, and Anyway. Moore probes the wound at his waist, and a sharp hiss of pain escapes his clenched teeth. How did you two end up down here? We're investigating a homicide on Arclight Avenue. The victim had a storage unit at the docks. We found a hidden passage there leading to these sewers. Well, it was the victim in construction. They just dug a private tunnel from their unit into the city sewers? No, she was probably a data analyst. Population statistics, census work, that sort of thing. Moore misses Moineau's dry humor entirely. Teddy shoots her a sharp look, but Moineau only answers with a nonchalant shrug. Is Moore an ally? I think he works with them. To be fair though, both Moore and Moineau are completely new characters here. I have never seen them before this chapter. She was likely some kind of hacker. No official records, and she was using stolen bank accounts. Interesting. Seems like everyone's a hacker these days. You've encountered something similar? Yeah. I'm on a missing persons case, but we can't find any record of the person who filed the report. Disguised voice, unknown gender and age. Couldn't even trace the IP. You're already putting the moves on Moore, Ash Frost? Already? Wow. Also, welcome back, Neo. I hope snack and puppy playtime was fun. Puppy playtime sounds adorable. Bypass our security like that. We're definitely dealing with a professional. What, like I did? I didn't... I didn't put the moves on him. I just commented that he's cute. Also, because I forgot to mention it earlier, the series that I brought, the BL series I brought up earlier, it's called Between the Lines, if you're curious. The love interest, the love interest is a nice guy with blonde hair, and he's handsome, and I like it. He's cool. Yeah. They cook with the male characters in PGR? Yeah, they do. So they should give us more male constructs because they make good male characters. I'm still thinking of do you remember Hanif from the Vera chapter a while ago? What yaoi am I drooling over? I just said the name. It's called Between the Lines. You weren't paying attention. Okay, well, pay attention then. Then you'll hear when I say the name of things. God. We're here. Exit's just ahead. No, I'm not your professor. I'm just the streamer that you're here to watch. The trio follows the sewage as it converges through a labyrinth of pipes, finally spewing out to sea through a massive drainage outlet. Oh, so you're here to watch, but not to listen. Okay. Why don't you just turn off the audio? I do make occasional squeaky toy noises, yes. Just beyond, blinding searchlights sweep the area. Public safety anti-grav cars hang in the night sky, their red and blue lights flashing a stark warning. Backup is here. Hey, maybe more than occasional. Hey. Moore perches on the edge of an anti-grav car's trunk as a medic tends to his wounds. The radio channel crackles non-stop with a stream of incoming reports. Riding machine remains discovered. 1 civilian casualty confirmed. Bring him back to the Bureau. No active riding machines detected. Yeah, he probably could. I mean, he says he's been working out, so he probably could. And I haven't been working out, so. He pivots to face the other two and makes a suggestion. Well, Neo has said he likes to throw his guys around. Likes to pick them up and throw them. You didn't throw him, you accidentally lifted him too fast into the ceiling. There's a difference. Yeah, it's all about the intention. And the velocity. And the angle. Mind bringing me up to speed on your case? Both our investigations led to the sewers. There has to be a connection. A silent, knowing look passes between Teddy and Mono. Apartment 703, 442 Arclight Avenue. The victim's name is Christina. Huh? Moore stares at Teddy, his expression one of genuine surprise. Now that's a coincidence. It's more than just a coincidence, Moore. They just so happen to look almost exactly alike. It is possible that Neo could kick your ass. It is possible. Next up, we've got Bouquet. What were you looking at? Just finishing a drink. I think my order. Night rain slices through Elysium's fog, pierces its hazy neon glow, and slips past the towering holographic advertisements. The raindrops splatter against car windows, etching diagonal streaks across the glass. It's been raining for days. Arms are your weaker muscles, but you know you can leg press us? Okay, I see. So you've worked your legs out more. I see. The anti-grav car glides through this steel jungle, heading for the city's heart, the Elysium Central Building. There, various government departments are stacked atop one another. The Crime Investigation Bureau, a division of the Department of Public Safety, occupies 3 of them, 25th, 26th, and 27th floors. You like leg activities more? Skiing, biking, swimming? Well, isn't swimming kind of like a whole body activity? Don't you use your arms and your legs to swim? Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, lots of legs. I like swimming. The only thing is, I didn't do any swimming this past summer because I've mentioned this before. But when I swim, I tend to go like underwater a lot. Like a mermaid. But the problem with that is that like either the pressure or like the not breathing a lot to go under the water, they mess with my head. In terms of I end up getting a really bad headache afterwards. Like a mermaid or a drowning person. Well, thankfully, I've never drowned. It did help a long time ago. I did go back in the pool and just try not doing that as much. And that time I didn't get as much of a headache. So it's definitely because of that. Again, I'm not sure if it's like the shifts in pressure or if it's from like holding my breath a lot. But either way, one of those two things gives me a big ol' headache. God, also, speaking of swimming and BL, there's another series that I've been reading, where the love interest is a swimmer, and he's real hot. He's really hot. And the main character is also taking swimming lessons, but he's not like a good swimmer. So he's like he's like a beginner, and he's in like a swim class with a bunch of little kids as like the only adult. Free Iwatobi Swim Club. I never actually watched that. I probably would have if I had been more comfortable with my sexuality at the time that that was coming out. Swimming and BL go hand in hand, don't they? Don't they? Because I mean, dunk on them kids. If only. If only the main character of that series was better at swimming than the kids. You had a friend who watched it a lot? Oh, you know what I did watch? That one, like, abridged version of it. 50% off. Anyway. You were never into sports anime? I'm not really into sports anime either. But I can be convinced if there are attractive men. They were a little too gay for you? Okay. 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 Bypassing the ground level entirely, the anti-grav car ascends directly into the Bureau's parking area on the 25th floor. You had a friend practically pester you to watch free and then started watching other sports anime? Oh, you mean Haikyuu? I was gonna say, was one of them Haikyuu? Because that's just like one of the ones that I feel like everybody talks about. Teddy, Mono, and more step out into the rain-laced air. Seriously, why is the Bureau even in the central building? Public safety has branches all over the city. We're investigators, and nearly every other floor here is admin. I stick out like a sore thumb every time we report in. If only our department had its own building. Where does the city's tax money even go? Straight into the sewers? Keep joking about taxes and someone will make your life difficult. You watched Kuroko no Basket? I'm familiar with the one really big guy. That's a basic social skill every adult should master. Wanting a whole new building just for personal preference isn't a great use of taxes either. Alright, I'm going to review the data chip from the dock storage unit. The initial scan was rushed. Christina wouldn't have collected that data without a reason. There has to be a lead in there. Yeah, I don't remember the guy's name, but it's like this one big guy. I think he had red hair. I think he's like one of the main characters. I know it's not Kuroko though, because isn't he the smaller guy with blue hair? Taiga, that might have been him. I'm working with very very secondhand knowledge of this show. I need to file the field report. They recovered Jack's body. There are too many unanswered questions. I'll request that the chief consolidate the cases. Sewers, the riding machines. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Oh right, and I should call Aline first. Then, Teddy and Moore turned to look at Monel. Can I just clock out? It's already the middle of the night. They fix her with a pair of disapproving stares. Fine, you win. I'll look into Rokubishi Electric. Their stern expression softened to nods of approval. Elysium Criminal Investigation Bureau office, late night. The office lighting is dismal, but then nowhere in Elysium has good lighting. A perpetual overcast smothers the city, blurring the line between day and night into a constant twilight gloom. No wonder they call it the City of Night. They need a light mage there. Except I don't want to go there. Get somebody else. In one corner, a solitary lamp fights a losing battle against the shadows. It is here that Teddy sits, her face illuminated by the pale glow of holographic screens floating from her terminal. She is currently scrolling through the data stored on that chip. Last year's GDP... 3.20457 trillion. Growth rate 3.2%. You have a personal husbando, Aomine. He's a jerk and would tease you, but could probably dominate you. I see. Foreign trade volume. Industrial exports. Urban development investment. She remembers the old saying, the secrets are in the numbers, and numbers never lie. It is true, but only if you can speak their language. You're in ads, I can't make fun of you. Okay. At least if you're in ads, I'm making money from the ad sense. Or whatever. Oh, you're back now? Hi! It's like trying to scratch an itch through your shoe. I don't even know where to start. Teddy lets out a long, heavy sigh, the weight of the day pressing down on her. She leans back, reclining in her office chair until it won't go any further. A sardonic quip, then silence. Teddy lets the words hang, deliberately clearing her thoughts. Her eyes fix on the holographic data projections weaving a slow, silent dance overhead. What were you looking at, Christina? Her whisper drops into silence, like a stone into a deep well, leaving no ripple. What are you watching, Aline? Moore eases the door open, surprised to find the side lights still breathing their warm yellow glow into the living room. The light strips paint only the sofa and the television in a soft, intimate pool of light. On the screen, a late-night show is playing. A mechanoid, laboring under the delusion that it is human, is attempting to court the female lead with comical gestures. Of course I comprehend this emotion. Every circuit and processor in my core confirms it. I love you. The television murmurs at a low volume, its flickering light casting a pale glow over the room. The silhouette on the sofa remains still, clearly indifferent to the program. Well, now you're listing characters you think I'd like. I see. The sound of Moore's voice, Aline turns. A smile instantly illuminates her face, bright and unfeigned, cutting through the dim stillness. You're home. How are your injuries? Let me see. Did the medic patch you up properly? Do we need to go to the hospital? He had braced for her worried gaze, the gentle scolding, and the inevitable plea for him to resign from the investigation bureau. A ritual he always refused. Social interaction logs classify this as a romantic gesture. Accordingly, I present these flowers as an expression of love. Wait, blonde hair, a knight, tall, fairly muscular. Check, 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 and check. Wait, who's a blonde knight? Who? 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 Who's a tall, fairly muscular blonde knight? Huh? 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 I was going to say I brought you It's a secret! What? Why? Why are you doing this to me? I was going to say I bought you flowers, but that can wait. I'm sorry, Aline. He sets the bouquet aside and gently draws her into his arms. Aline buries her face in his chest, nuzzling against him like a cat seeking warmth, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart as she waits for her own warmth to seep into his cool body. I wish that were me. How was your day? It was awful, Aline. Just awful. Get a room. They're in a room. They're in a room. They're in their own room. He remembers the man named Jack in the sewers, his eyes, hollow and vacant, trained on the ceiling, striving to see through steel and soil, all the way to the open sky. Why are we in their room? I don't know. It's supposed to be my face in his chest, Aline. What were you looking at, Jack? The room is a vessel of pure shadow, pierced only by the sickly green glow of a single monitor. It outlines a hunched silhouette, her movements mimicked by the massive shadow on the wall as her fingers fly across the keyboard. Monod's workstation is a landscape of controlled chaos. A copy of Albert Camus's essay collection, a mug bearing the world government emblem. Monod has shelved the Rokubishi electric case, the one she promised Teddy and Moore she'd handle. Right now, a far more troubling matter has her full attention. Data streams cascade down the terminal, a torrent of raw information. Their ghostly light washes over Monod, painting her eyes a luminous, unsettling green. Why is there nothing? Where did you people come from? Do constructs dream of electric sparrows? Do you often feel surrounded by darkness? Touch. 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 Blackness. An infinite black. Not a deep darkness, but a flat void. Like Vanta Black. Vast yet constricting, suffocating, as if she has been compressed into a single plane of existence. Why are you here? Hey, been a while. Is this where you work now? Yawn. You haven't answered me yet, Teddy. I'm the one going crazy, or is it you? My dear Victoria. Why am I here? This is her first coherent thought, surfacing through the drowsiness. Yeah, it's advanced darkness. This isn't just your regular everyday darkness. Natsu if he became an aristocrat. Yeah, I can kind of see that. The second, a chill. The heat is leaching from her body, the last traces of condensation liquid evaporating from her synthetic skin. If you didn't know already, that's Teddy's older brother, Leonardo. She looks behind her. On the polyester bedsheet, a faint human-shaped outline of moisture is all that remains of her dream. To her right is a bed-length window fitted with one-way glass. Beyond it, a hazy, depthless sky makes time unreadable. In the distance, skyscrapers pierce the gloom, their lights glowing like a vast, dormant circuit board. What am I even thinking? To the left, a trail of chaos leads from the doorway to her bed. Boots, socks, jacket, shirt, gloves, shorts. The debris of a young woman's life too hastily lived. The bedside clock glows 5:12 a.m. After yesterday's brutal workload and barely 2 hours of rest, even her construct body is protesting. She shakes her head, trying to quell the storm in her mind. Enduring the dull throb behind her eyes, she pushes herself up, strips the bed, and feeds the sheet into the waiting laundry machine. She slides down the wall, folding into herself, head buried in her arms. The laundry machine's gentle hum is the room's only heartbeat. Silence stretches as time passes. After a long while, the vacuum robot whirs to life on its schedule, bumping against her leg. It retreats, advances, retreats again. A mindless dance of confusion. Teddy reaches out without looking and nudges it onto a new path. Which idiot programmed this thing? She stands. Her own reflection waits for her in the full-length mirror across the room. She approaches, studying the young woman who studies her back. She raises a hand. The reflection mimics perfectly. She tilts her head. It tilts in unison. She clenches a fist, then opens it. The motion is fluid, absolute. Her control over the vessel is precise, undeniable. She reaches out, her fingertips meeting the cool, hard surface of the glass. Slowly, the chill of the mirror begins to bleed away, warming to her touch. She pulls her hand back. A faint, ghostly print of her palm lingers on the surface before slowly fading into nothing. The world's responses are exact, undeniable. Real or fake? Criminal Investigation Bureau, Elysium Central Building, 25th floor. Inside a stark white psychological evaluation room. What does it feel like to reunite with a friend? Download. Download. Do you feel distress when you see dead bodies? Download. Download. Do you feel warmth when reuniting with family? Upload. Upload. What does it feel like to live with your parents? Upload. Upload. Do you often feel surrounded by darkness? Touch. Touch. A sealed room. Sealed room. Operating table. Operating table. A flying sparrow. A flying sparrow. Your mind is experiencing minor disruption, but remains within normal parameters. Please ensure you take your mandated rest, Inspector. Teddy walks out of the psychological evaluation room, pressing fingers to her brow. Well? Teddy turns around to find Mono leaning against the wall, her face etched with pure exhaustion. Here I thought I was the only one who looked tired. That's what happens when you have me digging into Rokubishi Electric all night. Care to guess what I found? Just spit it out. The CEO is having a steamy affair with an employee. No. Can't take a joke. Fine. I didn't find a single thing. Her expression hardens, her voice dropping to a more serious tone. Absolutely nothing. Teddy raises an eyebrow. Even you came up empty? I hacked their servers, inventory, executive PCs, company emails. Every possible source. With what I've gathered, I could start my own Rokubishi Electric. Unless you're dealing with someone out of your league. But that's highly unlikely. Even then, I'd find traces of the intrusion. But there's no evidence that the system was ever hacked. A dead end, huh? A familiar throb pulses deep within Teddy's mind. So, Teddy, you haven't answered me yet. What? Mono blinks, taken aback by Teddy's sharp reaction. I was asking about your psych eval. Per Bureau protocol, every inspector assigned to a homicide must complete 2 psychological evaluations. One to initiate an investigation, and a second to close it, ensuring the mental fitness of its field personnel throughout the process. Nothing serious. A bit disrupted, but still within parameters. Fair enough. With a victim like that, if it gets to anyone. Do you think your frame data was leaked? All the better. Then I could just arrest you and call it a day. Huh? As far as I'm concerned, you are the only person who could steal my frame data without a trace. Mono plucks a disposable electrolytic vape from a pocket. She brings it to her lips, and the device's red tip flares like a warning light as she takes a long, deliberate drag. Oh my god, she's vaping! She exhales a slow, curling plume of vapor. Through the dissipating haze, her gaze rests on Teddy, now veiled, unreadable. What was with you earlier? Just reminded me of something. What did she say? Last night, I dreamed of Leonardo. He said something similar to what you just said. Your brother, huh? How long has it been since the falling incident? 10 years. Mono takes another deep drag from her electrolytic vape and opens her mouth to speak. Ah, there you two are. Chief wants to see us. Bureau Chief's office, Elysium Central Building, 26th floor. Chief James is hunched over 2 physical paper reports when Teddy, Mono, and Moore enter his office. He is the picture of efficiency. A sharp, side-parted crop of hair, rectangular glasses, a precise mustache, and the unmistakable contours of a dedicated gym-goer beneath his dress shirt. One might also wonder if he has a wealthy friend who dresses up in a bat costume after hours. But today, that efficiency is marred by a cloud of palpable concern. Without a word, Wano and Teddy head to the couch and make themselves comfortable, a practiced act of casual defiance. James's lip twitches. He visibly chooses the path of least resistance. Out of sight, out of mind, and pivots his full, weary attention to Moore, the one who remains standing. I've reviewed the reports. What's your assessment of those rioting machines? Wano stretches lazily before responding. No leads from Rokubishi Electric. They haven't reported any missing inventory. There should be production serial numbers on the remains. Did anyone check those? Teddy cuts in. Didn't find the serial number on that one. Someone might have erased it. The Arclight Avenue attack, the dock sewer disappearance. Both involve rioting machines, and evidence from the apartment victim points toward the sewers. I'm approving Moore's request to merge the investigations. Christina, you can step away from this. Investigating a victim who mirrors your frame, you would all understand. No, I'm staying on the case. Yeah. Moore, you can also step away. Focus on recovering from your injuries. That's not necessary, Chief. My injuries aren't serious. This is nothing for a construct. Sure about that? Yes. Then it's settled. The three of you will form the investigation team. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. I thought he was a human, but I guess he's a construct too. I just didn't see any, mechanical bits on him. Three of them file out of the chief's office. After a moment's hesitation, Moore decides to speak up. I'm meaning to ask, did you have some kind of issue with the chief? There's absolutely no respect for authority here. None whatsoever. Not everyone loves their job as much as you do. But that doesn't mean we don't take our cases seriously. I don't really care about things like salary or job titles. As for Teddy, she just has an allergy to rules and red tape. That's like the carefree outlook. Let's focus on the cases. We hit a wall with the rioting machines. I suggest we pivot back to the victim. As the conversation turns to the cases, Moore's tone grows serious. So we start by investigating the victim's history and personal connections. Okay. I was planning the same. Jack was only classified as missing before, which limited our access to his private data. I'll do a full background dive. Did you find anything on that storage ship from last night? What's the problem? I'm not sure, but some of the data doesn't add up. Import-export volumes, GDP. In plain words, the city is consuming far more resources than it's paying for. It's like a mysterious benefactor is supplying the city out of thin air. Could other regions be funding us? No idea. That's well above our pay grade anyway. If people start thinking the world isn't real over something like this, they have way too much time on their hands. They should try painting or writing instead. Once they're suffering through the creative process, they don't have the bandwidth for these theories. Okay, that hits a little home. Close to home? The trio continues their discussion, their footsteps echoing as they move from the chief's office toward the 25th floor of reception hall. A perplexing extravagance for a bureau dedicated to crime investigation. As they enter the inspector's office area, a soft chime sounds from Moore's terminal. He glances at the message and his face instantly breaks into a radiant, unguarded smile. Well, That smile is genuinely disturbing, old man. I am not old enough to be called old man. Besides, you two wouldn't understand the joy of getting a message from your wife. That's the kind of thing that drives mature, dependable men to face life head on. Old man is a state of mind, and that speech just proved our point. Damn it. Anyway, thank you both for your help earlier. How about coming over to my place for dinner tonight? Without waiting for a response, Moore is already calling Aline. Aline, did you prepare some extra food for tonight? I'm inviting 2 colleagues over. Right, the ones who helped me before. Wano and Teddy. Yes, please. Cole, we just saw him say he's married. He's taken, and he's clearly happy. Wano? Yeah, the famous one from our bureau, you know. Isn't this a bit too rushed? You didn't know that's his wife? Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Hey, come on. That settles it then. I'll see you later. He ends the call. Wow. Unilaterally deciding our evening. We never actually agreed. Don't tell me you're gonna turn me down! Your colleague will weep! Her friendship will shatter! That's totally an old man act. You wish these straights wouldn't shove their sexuality down our throats? Gonna make us go to dinner with him and his wife. The damaged. Yes, the truth has always been just 1 page away. You wouldn't turn him down? He is cute, but again, he's married. Inside Moore and Aline's apartment, Elysium, night. The room is bathed in the soft amber glow of pendant lights, their light reflecting off rich wooden surfaces. Aline places the final dish on the dining table, her gaze sweeping over the carefully placed settings. A soft sigh escapes her. They should be here any minute now, she thinks to herself. As if summoned by the thought, the lock clicks, the door swings open, and Moore steps inside, ushering in Teddy and Wano. Alright, this is our home. Moore shrugs off his coat and finds its place on the entryway rack. Make yourselves at home. Seriously, no need for formalities. Teddy cuts a sharp glance toward Moore before her demeanor shifts seamlessly into one of perfect poise, extending a hand to Aline. I'm Christina Norman, but just Teddy is fine. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you for looking after Moore at work. Wano. Aline extends her hand to Wano, her expression visible with nervousness. Once the formal handshakes conclude, Moore steps in, softening the tension with a gentle, reassuring hug. Hey, why so tense? They're just my friends. Nothing to worry about. Unless she has something to hide from the legendary detective. What if your wife is up to something, Moore? With that, Moore leads the way to the dining table. They settle into a stiff, silent circle, the air thick with unspoken words. He fills the void by switching on the television, the evening news chattering brightly, before turning his full attention back to Teddy and Wano. So, I heard you two knew each other before you became partners at the Bureau. You heard? Just some office gossip. You know how it is. Figured you two might not hear much of it. You both keep to yourselves more than most. Could you pass the mashed potatoes, please? Wano passes the dish of mashed potatoes to him. That's correct. Teddy and I go way back. Back then, she was a rather melancholy girl. And even now. Teddy shoots a sharp glare at Moore. Sorry, my bad. And here I thought you were the Bureau's resident nice guy. Why does everything lately remind me of that annoying man? I just want to bond with my little sister. You know, I don't often have the chance. Oh, is that all you've got to say to your brother? Forget it. Teddy lets out a quiet sigh, her knife slicing into the steak with sudden, pointed force. Under the table, Moore stifles a wince as Aline's shoe presses firmly into his foot. Are you into gardening, Aline? Wano glances around at the houseplants and flowers decorating the room. Yes. Aline startles at the conversation's sudden pivot toward her, reacting like a student caught daydreaming by a teacher's pointed question. It's just a little hobby. It's a good hobby to have. The vegetation coverage in this city is at an appalling low, after all. Right? Who knows where all of Elysium's tax money actually goes? Like a pre-written script executing, Moore instinctively fills the silence, keeping the conversation moving. That's tax alchemy for you. These two are absolutely hopeless. I just remembered I still have some plants that need watering. Aline rises from her seat with an apologetic look. Couldn't that wait until after dinner? Aline doesn't answer. Instead, she simply turns and carries a plant from the living room corner out to the balcony. You're imagining he's just at the dinner table in his tactical gear, like in his Sprite. Honestly, that's what I'm imagining too. It's the only outfit we've seen him in. As she passes, Teddy's gaze catches on a familiar-looking yellow-orange cup sitting on the windowsill. It's filled with soil, cradling a single, fiery orange-red flower. Moore, how's your investigation coming along? Jack case? I've got some leads. His record was spotless. He moved to Elysium 5 years ago and opened a high-end restaurant. That place has professional management, strong performance, and stable finances. He was on a dating site, dated 3 women. 2 were one-time dinner meetings. The third he met twice, but it didn't go anywhere. I did field interviews today. Didn't turn up much. The consensus is, he's a decent guy, but too old-fashioned. Quiet. Honestly, a bit boring. You believe his favorite movie is The Terminating Robot? A story about a robot from the future sent back to assassinate the mother of humanity's future leader. I guess that old school type isn't really in style anymore. What's the problem? He searched his residence. His apartment is exceptionally clean and tidy, clearly well maintained. For a single man, his habits were remarkably disciplined. His fridge is fully stocked, including fresh fruit. Most single guys I know can't be bothered. They just take vitamin pills. Breakfast at home, lunch at his restaurant, and dinner at home. He had a home theater system and always watched a movie after dinner. There are even 3 identical suits and a dedicated tie rack in his closet. You found your frying pan? You lost a frying pan? The guy lived a life of stability that most people can only dream of. After saying this, he falls silent for a moment. Oh, in a game. I thought you meant a real frying pan. The only anomaly is his diary. Wrote, "Every time I look into the mirror, I see a man standing on a lone log floating down a river. Our past, our present, and our future. All of it is nothing but bubbles. You're dreaming in a locked room. If the world is but an illusion, and consciousness just a phantom, this is the connection." What did you say? I've been thinking. Riding machines appeared in both Christina's and Jack's cases. There must be some sort of connection between the two. And that connection has to be the key to the killer's motive. The killer's motive, huh? Both Jack and Christina questioned the nature of reality itself. Are you saying we have a serial killer targeting people who believe the world isn't real? That premise sounds absurd. There's another lead. His bank records show a weekly transfer, same time every week. Payments to a psychological clinic. I think the doctor's name is... Welcome to Elysium Trending. Our guest today is a leading expert in psychology, Professor John. Right, John, that's the name. Our topic is a reportedly trending condition in our city. Patients questioning whether the world around them is real. Is this a genuine phenomenon, or just another urban legend? The table falls silent as all three of them turn to look at the TV. Moore turns up the volume. On screen, a man sits poised on a sofa. He is impeccably dressed in a single-breasted gray suit with a white coat worn over it. A black-green striped tie perfectly mirroring the color of his eyes. His beard and hair are meticulously groomed. He radiates a trustworthy aura, the kind that makes a patient surrender their doubts without a second thought. Academically, we refer to this condition as derealization disorder. There's a school of thought in my field that posits that deep within the human psyche, there exists a powerful self-destructive tendency. Perhaps some of you at home have felt this. When standing at a great height, looking down, a subtle impulse whispers in your mind. Jump. Or when holding a blade, staring at its edge, a thought flickers. What if I use it on myself? Even with a gun in your hand, you might feel a compulsion to turn the barrel inward. He looks like he's gonna try and scam you selling cars. Yeah, I see it. He does have a bit of a car salesman vibe. And pull the trigger. Professor? Getting back to derealization disorder. Patients themselves share no clear commonalities. A successful restaurateur and a dock worker can both fall prey to doubting their reality. In fact, setting my professional role aside, I can empathize with the impulse to question the authenticity of our world. Professor, are you suggesting that... He flounders, the thread of the conversation slipping through his mental grasp. Consider that our conscious mind is merely the co-pilot of the body. So what then sits in the driver's seat? That pilot varies. For some, it is instinct. For others, emotion, or simply habit. And from the passenger seat, you look out and see the reason to jump. You see an exquisite world, vast, beautiful, and cruel, operating in endless, intricate cycles. Faced with such a spectacle, who wouldn't pause to wonder, is the world I live in truly real? The man's voice is calm, methodical, laying out a philosophy that borders on heresy. With every word, something long buried begins to stir inside you. Even the less stylized men look good too, right? You are in the passenger seat, your neck straining as you fight to look up. You look up. And you see Christina's, your face. The truth has always been just one page away. You've always known. Teddy, you're the one who. Television screen dies, plunging the room into a sudden ringing silence. Eileen stands in the living room, her expression utterly unreadable. I'm looking into that psychologist tomorrow. The dinner gathering dissolves into quiet goodbyes, each guest retreating into the silence of their own thoughts. On her way out, Teddy's gaze drifts to the living room windowsill. The yellow-orange cup is gone, relocated to the balcony by Eileen. What's that flower called? The orange red one on your balcony. Sorrow's End. It's really beautiful. Teddy turns and leaves, but the image of the cup stays with her, vivid and unresolved. For some reason, Moore reminds you of Chris Redfield. I get it. I think it's the outfit, maybe, and the, kind of short haircut. Why do I feel that cup was meant for holding serum? Because that's a serum canister, Teddy. Serum. But what serum? Moore clears the table while Eileen washes dishes in the kitchen. You can just leave the washing to me. Eileen doesn't respond, leaving the room in an unsettling stillness. Why did you choose to become an inspector? I must pursue the truth. This isn't your responsibility. From the passenger seat, you look out and see the reason to jump. You see an exquisite world, vast, beautiful, and cruel, operating in endless, intricate cycles. Faced with such a spectacle, who wouldn't pause to wonder, the world I live in truly real? The man's voice is calm, methodical, laying out a philosophy that borders on heresy. With every word, something long buried begins to stir inside you. You are in the passenger seat, your neck straining as you fight to look up. You look up, and you see. A woman in a black dress lies in a pool of crimson. Who is she? Eileen, is this world real? A porcelain plate slips from Eileen's grasp, exploding into a constellation of white shards on the dark marble. She spins, her eyes wide in shock and fixed on him. And in her expression, Moore finally hears his own words. No, I didn't mean it like that. I was just wondering why Jack would think that way. Okay, she's suspicious as fuck. Am I right? When I said earlier, maybe your wife is hiding something, I was saying it because I noticed that, she seemed nervous around, Moineau. And now, she seems like she's trying to get Moore to leave the investigation bureau. And it seemed initially like maybe she was just concerned about him, but I feel like now she's trying to keep him away from something. She's suspicious. BWV 478. Every person in society, even the most normal, suffers from some degree of mental illness. Your mission this time? Oh, that woman. After died, she... Why did it have to be you? Tangled whispers and fractured visions tear through the quiet of her mind. Huh. The deviation level is rising? The young woman jolts awake, fragments of her irretrievable dream still lingering in her mind. Time to drag myself to work. Crime Investigation Bureau, Elysium Central Building, 25th floor. An awkward tension hangs over the trio as they meet again, a lingering residue from their decidedly unsuccessful dinner the night before. I was planning to stop by Jack's residence today. That psychologist got me worried. So, here's my thought. You go check on the psychologist. We'll handle the restaurant. We'll all meet back here afterward. Sorted. After Moore leaves, Teddy turns to Moineau. What's got you so tense? I'm thinking about those rioting machines. You're getting a little obsessed with them, you know that? I'm just concerned about Elysium's safety. And let's stop worrying and start finding the culprit. We'll begin at the restaurant. John's clinic occupies the top floor of an unremarkable high-rise, one of the hundreds of identical buildings that form Elysium's generic skyline. As Moore steps into the reception area, a woman dressed in corporate attire emerges from the inner office. Her eyes briefly meet Moore's before she brushes past him. Following closely behind her is John. According to my schedule, I don't have any more appointments today. I'm Inspector Moore with the Crime Investigation Bureau, badge number ED26. This is my ID. Moore presents his badge, which bears the Bureau's emblem. I need to ask you some questions about one of your patients. Please, come in. We can talk inside. John opens the door and steps aside, granting Moore entry. The office is a study in minimalist elegance, black, white, and gray with a hint of deep emerald. A wooden desk anchors the room before towering windows, while two low-profile leather sofas sit across the dark green striped wool carpet. Floor-to-ceiling bookcase, complete with sliding ladder, dominates one wall. The faint, refreshing scent of a desk-side candle permeates the air, completing the curated atmosphere. This is a nice office. Thank you. The environment is designed to help my patients maintain a comfortable state of mind. That fragrance is quite special. Is it citrus? I made it myself. It's a personal hobby, but it also integrates with my professional practice. That counts as part of your work. As I said, helps my patients maintain a comfortable state of mind. They move to the room's center. Moore's gaze sweeps the bookshelf, cataloging the titles in a single practiced glance. Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, Existential Psychotherapy, and Introduction to Self-Reconstruction. The entire collection is psychology-related, as expected in a psychologist's office. Please, have a seat. He gestures toward the sofa, clearly meant for visitors, the kind where patients typically wait. Moore studies it, his brow knitting in a faint frown. I'm not your patient. I am aware, but it makes little difference. But it makes little difference? You must be aware that there are many schools of thought in psychology. Jung, Maslow, Piaget, Freud, constructivism, behaviorism, gestaltism. I don't know what a lot of those words mean. And I adhere to certain principles of my own. One is my belief that every person in society, and the most normal, suffers from some degree of mental illness. And I guess no one is truly healthy. John gives a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Let's get back to why I'm here. As you wish. Do you know a man named Jack? 34 years old, male, owner of the Timeless Feast. Yes, I know him. There is only one Jack among my patients. However, I cannot disclose his details. Both my professional ethics and the law prohibit it. Jack is dead. He doesn't seem particularly surprised. Now, both professionally and legally, you have an obligation to give me that information. Have a seat, Inspector. I will retrieve his file for you. He makes it 2 steps toward his desk before stopping short, turning back to Moore. I expect you will need some time to review it. Moore complies, settling onto the sofa. John unlocks the password-protected cabinet and, with practiced efficiency, extracts Jack's file from the rows of records. He hands it over and takes a seat on the opposite sofa. The file is surprisingly thin, containing records for only 5 consultations. First consultation record. Patient name, Jack. Age 34. Chief complaint. Severe anxiety, accompanied by intermittent unfamiliarity with reality. Also reports recurrent nightmares set in an unknown world. Preliminary diagnosis. Anxiety disorder. Hey! That's me. Treatment plan. Primary treatment will be cognitive behavioral therapy. Medication may be considered at a later stage. Specifically the anxiety disorder part for me. Not the questioning if I'm in a real world. Risk assessment. Self-harm risk, low. Risk to others, low. Notes. Is aware of the source of anxiety, but avoids it, claiming it is fake. The immediate goal is to build trust and uncover what he is concealing. Second consultation record. Chief complaint. Describes otherworldly dreams and alter ego feeling more realistic. States verbatim. Everything I have now is an illusion, and my other self is the real one. Preliminary diagnosis. Derealization disorder. Anxiety disorder. Treatment plan. Primary treatment will be with cognitive behavioral therapy. Medication may be considered at a later stage. Risk assessment. Self-harm risk, medium. Risk to others, low. Notes. Pathology is more profound than initially assessed, which requires a more intensive approach. Help him articulate these otherworldly memories, then challenge their validity. Third consultation records. Note. Claims to live in a conservation area in a post-apocalyptic reality. Fifth consultation record. Risk assessment. Self-harm risk, high. Risk to others, medium. Notes. Jack's condition has deteriorated. Is this all of it? That's all. What's your take on this? On what, specifically? On Jack. He was unwell. That is the entirety of it. That's it? John's eyebrows lift, flicker of surprise giving way to a slow, knowing smile. He chuckles softly, the sound low and unruffled. Ah, Spectre, I could offer you a special discount. What are you... Every person in society, even the most normal, suffers from some degree of mental illness. He casually repeats his earlier statement. Just as you are now. Aren't you also questioning the authenticity of your own reality? Is that a joke? A question for you. How did you arrive in Elysium? By boat, with my wife. How long have you been here? 3 years. And what was your occupation before you came? I was stationed at... Huh? John's face still bears the same composed smile. The pieces refuse to fit. Cold, formless dread begins to bloom. You claw through your memories, desperate for an answer. Soldier. I was a soldier. Next question. Why did you choose to become an inspector? That's irrelevant to the case. I'm here to investigate. Did Jack behave unusually before his death? Very well. If you insist. There was one thing. During our 5th session, he mentioned he'd recently met someone who exhibited symptoms similar to his own. The name? Let me see. I believe it was a girl called Norman. Is she someone you know, Inspector? I need more details. John shrugs, unbothered that Moore didn't answer his question. According to Jack, he encountered the girl near Mirage Street. That is all I know about the matter. A pity. I had intended to ask him for more details in our next session. I've told you everything I know regarding Jack. You may take that document. And now, I'm afraid I must attend to other clients. I was under the impression that your schedule was clear for the day. No more office appointments. Some clients prefer house calls. John pushes himself up from the sofa and walks to his desk, packing his briefcase with an air of finality. Moore, reading the clear signal, rises as well and starts for the door. The investigation requires it. I'll be back with more questions. John freezes for a second. Of course. That is my obligation. One moment, Inspector. You never answered my question. Why did you choose to become an inspector? Moore turns the doorknob without looking back. To pursue the truth. The door closes, leaving John alone in the room. You should have been a journalist. A faint, derisive breath escapes him, more a shift in the air than a sound. Elysium, the timeless feast. The restaurant sits at the end of Oak Street. A palette of deep black, softened only by orange ambient light, creates intimate pockets for conversation. Handwritten signage and the gentle flow of classical music are the final deliberate touches in an environment designed for those who wish to remain unseen. You're not going to ignore that therapist gave away info without an official warrant and death certificate. And you... Ash Frost says, "Hello, Psychologist John. I know you inspect the mind, but I don't mind you giving me a private physical." Oh, hey, Luke and chat. Didn't see you there. Some sweet death. BWV 478. Bach. Such a highborn lady's remark. Teddy ignores 1L. Using that piece here is just ironic. As the two enter, a server at the door approaches to greet them. Good day, ladies. Do you have a reservation? Inspector Mono, Elysium Crime Investigation Bureau. ID ED03. This is the FBI, the femboy booty infiltrators. And I can take more and you'll take the psychologist? Okay. Well, I mean, I said he was married, but maybe his wife is not real. I can just be like, it's okay. Your wife, this world isn't real. Your wife is fake. So an affair with me isn't actually that bad. The Timeless Feast office. A plump man bustles in, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. I'm the manager here. How may I assist you? His eyes dart nervously toward Teddy, again and again as he speaks. Jack is the owner of this restaurant, correct? He's been missing for days. Why wasn't a report filed? We were just as confused, but he is the owner, you know. The restaurant runs quite smoothly on its own. Even when he's here, he only drops in for inspections. He rarely handles the day-to-day. At first, we thought he was just taking a break. He's the boss, after all. It's not that unusual. It wasn't until today that we started to worry. We were actually discussing filing a report right before you arrived. What's your relationship with Jack? You don't talk? Well, I wouldn't say it's bad. It's quite good, actually. But strictly professional. We hardly ever interact outside of work. It's the same for all the staff. Jack treats everyone well, good pay and all, but he's careful about boundaries. Outside the restaurant, there's barely any contact. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Kaiju HD. Thank you. Also welcome. Hi there. You completed a Christmas banquet event? Eee. No more picking berries? Ooh. That sounds like someone who's been doing a lot of menial quest things. You're thinking about returning to BGR? I see. If I may ask, what happened to Jack? He's dead. What? He flinches back as if struck, his cheeks trembling. Slick sheen of sweat instantly coats his brow. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Next month's paychecks. No, wait. What happens to the restaurant now? Get a grip. Right. Okay. Did he meet with anyone before he disappeared? Anything unusual? Yes. Didn't he meet with you, Inspector? The manager stares at Teddy. What? The pieces refuse to fit. A cold, formless uncertainty begins to bloom. When and where? The afternoon before he disappeared. I saw him meeting you here. Give me an exact time. It should be around 4 in the afternoon. His eyes flick upward and to the left. The classic involuntary tick of a brain accessing memory. That day, I remember you were at the bureau. Okay. Teddy doesn't even glance up, Her fingers a fluid blur over the holographic keyboard. You're pulling up the surveillance footage? A basic skill everyone should have in this day and age. Before the final syllable leaves her lips, 6 surveillance feeds snap into existence from Teddy's terminal. Her fingers flick through the air, sliding the timeline forward to 3:59 p.m. The timestamp begins its slow crawl. 1 minute, 2, 3. The air in the room grows dense and heavy, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Inspector? There. The surveillance footage shows Jack, the model citizen in his sharp black suits, walking into the restaurant. His expression is distant, preoccupied. And beside him is nothing. Just a searing blur of corrupted pixels. Another hacker in the mix. So what's next? Hackers, the ultimate showdown? Elysium Central Building, 25th floor, Crime Investigation Bureau. A humorless laugh escapes Moore's lips, his eyes locked on the screen. The fire in his gaze gutters, replaced by pure, uncomprehending bewilderment. I don't get it. The 3 inspectors reconvene at the Crime Investigation Bureau, their separate leads exhausted. Now, it is time to compare notes. Join the club. So first it was Christina, and now we have a Norman. I don't understand what's happening. One thing's for sure. This is all aimed at you, Teddy. That psychologist said Jack met Norman near Mirage Street, right? Whatever this Norman's real identity is, she's probably the next target. Agreed. On what grounds? Grounds? Since when do you tell jokes? Pop quiz. What's my name? Moore flinches at her question, his weight shifting awkwardly. Mono and Teddy turn to him in near unison, their synchronized gaze, a silent twin demand of, "What is your problem?" hangs in the air. Moore offers no explanation, only averting his eyes. The other 2 dismiss it, filing the reaction away as just another one of Moore's inexplicable quirks. The first victim was Christina, the second was Jack, and now we have this Norman. Jack knew Norman, and I'd bet anything this Norman also knows Christina. I just think maybe we should take another look at those rioting machines. Teddy gives Moineau a skeptical look. Hi, Wesley. How are you? I hope you're having a very good day today. Hope you're slaying all day today as well. Didn't you already check that? You said there were no leads. Always? Good, good. Besides, those rioting machines are just the weapons. What matters is who's wielding them. The real question is how this Norman tracked down Jack. John. Teddy and Moore speak in perfect unison. Were John's patient records digitized? Yes, both digital and physical copies. She must have pulled Jack's information from the psychologist's database. A look of realization crosses Moore's face. She's the one who reported Jack's case. She's the reason he went into the sewers. So now, we just need to meet with this Norman. The question is, how do we find her? Our last hacker, Christina, was a complete ghost. No resident records, bank cards, rent history, grocery purchases, surveillance footage, social connections, health insurance. On paper, she didn't exist. If we hadn't found her body, I'd never have known she was in Elysium. If modern society is an ocean, these hackers aren't fish. They're supernatural tentacled creatures that bend the water itself. How? The truth crashes into Moore with the force of a tidal wave. The two women beside him are the very supernatural tentacled creatures that bend the water itself he just so carelessly described. Humans are social creatures. As long as she's living in this society, she'll leave traces of contact with her surroundings. We can't find her directly, but we can work backward from the visible to track the invisible. Huh? Moore stares, utterly bewildered. Don't tell me you're going to... That's right. You're staying to help me. Do I have a choice? No. Sorry, but I don't understand a word of what you just said. Mono responds with the weary voice of a woman at the end of her rope. Simply put, she's going to analyze the social activity data of everyone near Mirage Street to find the blank spot. By eliminating everyone else, whatever's left is our target. Will that actually work? It's worth a shot. Can't we just trace her on the city cameras around the restaurant? See where she came from? Tried it. She vanished around a corner. Okay. What can I do to help? Get me some black tea. Roger that, ma'am. What about you? He turns to Mono. Latte with 2 sugar cubes. Oh. Look at him. Being a little errand boy. Killing a sparrow. Ah, so this is where the mockery took place. Mirage Street, Elysium. Mirage Street isn't exactly a popular destination, but that worked in their favor. It only took Teddy and Mono 3 hours to track down Norman's location. Now, the 3 of them advance down the street, their target a warehouse among the buildings. So this is where Norman lives. Wait, I've got a question. Why a warehouse? The other Christina had one too, right? Maybe supernatural tentacled creatures that bend the water itself just have a thing for warehouses. Right. Sorry, dumb question. An embarrassed look washes over Moore's face as his shoulders slump. Clearly, Teddy isn't as detached as she was pretending to be. Their conversation falls away as they reach the warehouse entrance. Mono comes to a sudden halt. She knows we're coming. Mono looks up at the corner, where a security camera silently watches the 3 of them. Let's knock. That's pointless. Mono reaches for the access panel. A double beep answers her, and the electronic lock disengages with a sharp clunk. She tries to slide the door to the right, but it won't budge. And there's a physical lock. Before the others can speak, Mono is already pivoting. With a full rotation of her body, she drives her heel into the stubborn lock in a brutal, practiced arc. Whoa! The lock shatters. Moving in. With those words, she rushes inside. We're just here to ask a few questions. Isn't she a bit on edge? Beats me. They follow Mono as she bursts into the warehouse. The interior is Spartan, not by design, but by neglect. It holds only the barest essentials for survival, a hollowed-out shell of a living space. From deep within the warehouse, a door slams with a percussive bang. Norman was already on the move. Oh, this is just perfect. Muttering under her breath, Teddy follows Moineau as she shoves the back door open and bursts outside. The moment Teddy steps outside, a primal alarm screams within her. Something's wrong. Her visual module glitches violently, a strobing mosaic of red, yellow, and purple. Neural pathways scream with static, and the command to stand dissolves into a scrambled shriek of feedback. Control abandons her. Her limbs buckling, Teddy crashes to the ground. The sound of the collapse makes Moineau spin around. What's going on? Moore arrives fashionably late. A virus attack targeting constructs. Moineau works quickly, purging the virus from Teddy's systems. 30 seconds later, Teddy's eyes begin to refocus. You okay? Yeah. More of a nuisance than a threat. It's meant to slow us down. Then let's go. Okay, let's go.
Stop! We're not going to hurt you.
You two, stay on her trail. I'll take another route.
Let go!
All right.
Nice try.
Ah!
Found the bug. After a hit. Hook. Trace found the bug simulating attacks. After a hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
Nothing to it. Well, she went around this way, didn't she?
Where did she go?
What's that? Oh. It goes down.
Looks like she fled this way. Let's go.
Yeah, we don't want to lose her.
Down we go.
Let's hurry. There are more riding machines here? Simulating found the bug. Accurate hit. Hook. Trace erase. Implanting malware.
Wait, what?
What is this frame?
Ah!
Welcome to my data.
I'm Teddy's new frame.
When did you change your frame?
She went that way! Teddy!
It's her little bear friend. Ooh! Property damage.
What a pain. Visual disruption! Welcome to my data domain! Visual full of holes. Time for a hard reset!
Huh?
What's going on over there?
I was too late.
Oh no.
Can you check the area? I'm heading back.
Teddy number 2 is dead.
Better get some photos for the record.
Teddy, I don't think photos of a dead body are the place for your little trumpet blowing teddy bear head thingy. As the final rioting machine clatters to the floor, Teddy allows herself a soft sigh. She steadies her breathing, preparing to take stock of the changes to her frame. Suddenly, countless streams of data materialize, a digital deluge overwhelming her mind. Her visual module flickers, projecting scenes she can't remember. Protocol decryption is complete. Initiating hijack. A familiar voice reaches her ears. Is it someone important to her? Who are those people? Blind followers, unrealistic dreamers, and practitioners with hollow ambitions. Is it a conversation from the past? Can't believe you didn't tell me you were going to upgrade your frame. It suits you so much better. Brainless idiots. The final image shows a friend swinging a light blade toward her. Ah, so this is where the mockery took place. The phantom noise and images fade, allowing the world to solidify from the darkness. As the last echoes die, reality comes into focus. The remains of rioting machines, scattered and silent, with more picking his way toward her through the debris. I'm fine. Her consciousness has returned to her familiar frame. That new frame, which should have existed only as a data draft. Huh? A new frame that should have existed only as a data draft? Why did this concept come so naturally to my mind? Where's Monel? In the alley, up ahead. With a nod, Teddy makes her way into the alley. A profound silence hangs heavy in the air. Has she managed to stop Norman? Or have they both run off somewhere? Yeah. A stabbing pain in her pulses through her mind again. Is it a lingering effect of the virus trap? The hallucinations are returning. Visual static and auditory whispers fraying the edges of her consciousness. It whispers, offer up a bear. She is about to enter the alley. It whispers, "Bring back the spark of the divine." What's so wrong with losing yourself in illusion? Are you sure you want to go in? What? It's already too late. Rounding the corner, she finds a scene of devastation. The wreckage of rioting machines litters the alley, walls scarred by claws and energy weapons. The acrid smell of burning hangs thick in the air, pierced by slanted neon beams from the billboards outside. In the center of it all stands Moineau, head bowed. Before her, Norman lies motionless in a pool of her own vital fluid. Disheveled strands of lavender hair hide Moineau's expression. But nothing can hide the crimson on her hands, Norman's vital fluid. Moineau. I was too late. The rioting machines were too fast. Moineau's voice reaches Teddy, flat and distant, as though through a faulty connection. Maybe her audio sensors are failing. Can you check the area? Heading back. I feel like maybe Moineau killed her. She melts deeper into the alley and vanishes within moments. Teddy is now left alone with Norman's corpse. Crimson vital fluid, the same fatal wound as Christina's, a clean, precise strike through the chest, piercing the core. The scorched bionic skin and melted components mock her with a silence that screams. Huh. You have offered up another bear. Now you can start asking, what were you looking at, Norman? Huh. Weird. Night talk. All I want is to protect Elysium, this city. Elysium. Night. A full moon bathes the city in a silent silver glow. On a quiet rooftop, Teddy stands motionless, her eyes fixed on the distant icy specks of starlight. The sound of familiar footsteps approaches from behind, but she doesn't turn. Yo, I brought some drinks. She lifts the plastic bag in her right hand, its weight testifying to the few cans of synthetic alcoholic electrolyte and black tea inside. Yours is the black tea. Not exactly the right time or place for a proper brew, so you'll have to make do. After passing a can of black tea to Teddy, Moineau settles in beside her and pulls out an electrolytic vape. Keep sucking on that thing and you'll need a new pair of lungs before you know it. Moineau offers a nonchalant smile, then exhales a plume of vapor. Then I'll get them replaced. It's not like there's a shortage of bionic parts. The can of tea hisses as Teddy opens it. She brings it to her lips for a small sip. Has Norman been taken care of? I thought you weren't going to bring that up tonight. The body's at the HQ morgue. The forensic investigators on it. Moore's writing the report. But I doubt they'll get anything useful. That body was a perfect copy of Christina's. Sorry. What are you apologizing for? I was too late. I couldn't stop those rioting machines. Laura and I see it the same way. With those words, a heavy silence falls between them. What was she hiding? Why did she have to run? Why were those machines hunting her? There are too many loose ends. It feels like we're missing a layer. Something deeper we haven't even scratched. The cause of the derealization disorder? Who's controlling the machines? The link between Christina and Norman's names and faces? Got nothing. Yeah, this is a wallpaper shot. The CG art in this game is always very pretty. Teddy sighs in resignation and crushes the empty can in her hand. And then there's Jack. What about him? He's different from both Christina and Norman. His wounds were not the same. The memory of that illusion flashes behind Teddy's eyes. Mono's drone, the unfurling blade of light, its lethal lunge toward her. His wounds didn't show any signs of high-temperature burns. A sudden dryness tightens her throat. She cracks open another can of tea, takes a bracing sip, and finally speaks again. Plus, Jack had a normal, verifiable life history in Elysium. He was not someone who just appeared out of nowhere. So you're saying he was just an ordinary person, caught in the crossfire? I've been thinking. Maybe Christina and Norman weren't actually killed by whoever's controlling the rioting machines. Teddy proposes the hypothesis in a half-joking tone, glancing at Mono for a reaction as she finishes. With the electrolytic vape between her lips, Mono scratches her head in frustration. That just makes this mess even more complicated. And your evidence? Nothing concrete. I have a much simpler theory. She rests her chin on her hand, explaining methodically. Jack isn't a construct. There's no need for special methods against him. The rioting machines alone would be more than enough. It is a possibility. Mono is about to take another drag from her electrolytic vape when Teddy snatches it from her. Teddy raises the device to toss it into the plastic bag, then freezes. She pulls it back, her eyes narrowing as she examines it. What's this even feel like? A mischievous grin spreads across Mono's face. Wanna try it yourself? Never mind. Can't have a minor vaping. Teddy rolls her eyes, tossing the vape into the bag like it's offended her. Minor. I've told you, you have no talent for jokes. You accidentally got an extremely homoerotic screenshot in your sword fighting game. It happens. You know, when you're fighting people, you get really up close. Sometimes, especially the faces, get really close together when they're crossing swords. And that's not a euphemism. Clouds drift in the distance, slipping away at a pace too slow for the eye to truly capture. They're about to kiss in the screenshot. Oh my. Oh, a good kiss. Two boys kissing. Oh no. Assuming that they're boys. Could be two girls about to kiss. Mono stares, her gaze unfocused, and exhales a perfect smoke ring. She watches, silent, as the breeze unravels it into nothing. Well, no. Why did you become an inspector? The purple-haired woman hesitates, carefully weighing her response. Perhaps because this is the only place I have. Sparrows don't migrate. Limited flight ceiling, can't travel far. Also, Mono means sparrows? Or is she just calling herself one? She lets out a self-deprecating chuckle. All I want is to protect Elysium, this city. Years ago, a younger Mono had posed a question to that figure. Father, why is this city called Elysium? In Greek mythology, there's said to be a paradise called Elysium. I hope this place can become a similar sanctuary for those who need it. When that day comes, you'll be able to run freely here, under every sunrise and sunset. Why are they in Solution 9? Your guess is as good as mine, but I'm pretty sure Hetty and some other individuals, perhaps, like maybe more as well, are trapped in some kind of virtual reality. Or so it would seem. You'll be like a bird, flying freely. Too bad I'm just an unwinged bird. She murmurs, the words too soft for Teddy to catch. What did you say? You know, I've always envied you. You got to choose. Becoming a construct, leaving your family behind, escaping the cage. What's the difference? I just traded one cage for a slightly larger one. And now even Babylonia, that slightly bigger cage, has crumbled to dust. A stabbing pain pulses through her mind again. Humanity clawed its way out of the Great Depression into a golden age. The world's government was barely established. Then someone decided to start a global nuclear war. The surface was scorched, and their surviving cities went into lockdown. No, that's not right. So, Eden 2 became the sanctuary in the sky, the elites fighting for a spot on their glorious Noah's Ark. But even the Ark sank in the end. Ironic, isn't it? Deep down, something is screaming. Her face is a stark, smileless void. So go ahead and mock the very idea of cages. People are always trapped by something. If you want to fly, then fly. You're a sparrow, after all. A hearty laugh escapes Mono, sparked by Teddy's words. You know what? That is such a Teddy thing to say. Not everyone sees the world as darkly as you do. Well, I suppose I could never match your particular brand of sharp-tongued superiority. That's debatable. A wave of even louder laughter overtakes Mono, leaving her breathless. When it passes, her face goes still, the mirth draining away to reveal a perfect, unsettling neutrality. Remember when we first met? You were just this tiny thing, tucked away in holographic hyperspace, teaching yourself to code all alone. Not talking to me like some wise elder. It's gross. Mono offers no retort. Not everyone can break free from their cages. Mono pulls out Mono pulls out another electrolytic vape, her next words lost to a sharp inhale. Without waiting for Teddy's response, she's at the rooftop's edge, turning to face Teddy. Let's call it a day. I'm not going to sacrifice my nightlife to more work. Wano tips backward into the void, her body swallowed by the night. Her final words and a ghost of vapor are all that remains, lingering for a moment around Teddy before dissipating. But then the falling bird soars upward, borne aloft by her drones that carry her into the distance. Teddy remains perfectly still, a statue watching the drone's fading light trails until they are extinguished by the dark. Only then does a hint of sorrow enter her eyes. I trust you, Wano. Teddy knows that something's up. The truth. Don't trust your memories. 2 achievements. Reveal the truth and make no more than 5 mistakes during the deduction process. There must be a puzzle in this one. Crime Investigation Bureau, Elysium Central Building, 25th floor. After parting with Wano on the rooftop, Teddy returns to her office. She faces the broken parts on her desk, visual modules from the rioting machines. Her custom programs strain, running multiple decryption methods at once to restore the video files. She needs to know what happened in that alley. The image of Wano wielding her light blade flickers through Teddy's mind, constantly teasing her thoughts like a fish that nibbles bait without taking the hook. Why am I seeing this? Did her virus program create a temporary link between our visual receptors? If she did this, what's her endgame? Okay, good luck with your laundry, Neo. Suddenly, she remembers her own words to Wano from earlier. There are too many loose ends. It feels like we're missing a layer. Something deeper we haven't even scratched. Something deeper. Teddy inserts the storage chip received from Christina's warehouse, projecting a series of blue data interfaces across the room, just like the night before last. Let's see what you've got. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, lines of code materializing in rapid succession. Show me what you're hiding. Yet the expected battle never comes. Her 7 prepared decryption methods prove useless. The system's security dissolves at her touch, parting like a curtain to grant immediate access. The core data yields without a fight, as readily as her own personal files. This is... Below the surface lies a labyrinth of heavy encryption. Data that requires a secret key to unlock.
A hidden key. How do I crack this?
Let's see. I'm trying. Why isn't it working? Oh wait, was I supposed to hold it?
Maybe I could try it this way. Wait, what about Christina's method?
Hmm.
How is this possible? How would she know this decryption method? Okay, let me sort through these clues first.
Okay, so we've got 7 things here. All of them say simulation available, and 3 of them are marked with core. Let's just start at the top. Reality or simulation? Event calculation. Multiple clues selectable. Norman questions the reality and has consulted with John. Corrupted mechanoids are hunting Norman. Norman fled upon seeing the inspectors. Hmm. Am I supposed to, like, match a clue to a picture? Or, like, a thing? Elysium blueprints. The victim had collected numerous city blueprints and sensitive data. The victim began questioning the reality of the world and developed derealization disorder. Dead often disappear. Oh, you can pick multiple. Here we have damaged corrupted. The victim kept unusual hours, leaving early and returning late, and was not familiar with any neighbors. During the incident, neighbors heard glass shatter and saw shadows. Unfamiliar with the victim, they didn't report it until... I can't read the rest of it. But I get the gist. A corrupted mechanoid corpse was found at the scene. Evidence suggests at least 2 corrupted attacked the victim. The officer arrived 17 minutes after the 2012 call, with Moineau arriving shortly after. Was it 16 minutes later? I don't think that's right. Wasn't it only 6 minutes? I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. Death of Christina. The victim's body had multiple wounds, mostly scratches inflicted by corrupted. The fatal injury was a puncture wound with burn marks around its edges. The fatal injury was a puncture from behind, directly piercing through the core. Maybe I'm just supposed to pick all the ones that apply? I don't know that the corrupted mechanoids are hunting Norman.
Huh?
Okay, that wasn't right. Mysterious corpse in the sewers. During a recent consultation, the victim met a mysterious girl named Norman. They talked and agreed to meet again. The victim suffered from derealization disorder and frequently consulted with a psychologist. The victim was killed by corrupted in the sewers. After the victim's death, corrupted began gathering in the sewers. And we've got death of Norman. Moineau killed the young girl Norman. She had penetration wounds and burn marks on her body. That's what I was thinking. And the informant behind the scenes. When Moore began investigating the case, he discovered the person who reported it couldn't be traced. Moore was attacked while investigating the case and sustained minor injuries. The victim was an ordinary human. This one only has one thing, so...
Yes. Yes. Hmm?
No, something's still missing.
Yes.
The deceased had unusual living habits. During the incident, neighbors heard glass shatter and saw shadows. Investigation of the scene revealed a completely destroyed, corrupted mechanoid. Appears to have been eliminated by the victim.
Hmm? Hmm?
Ah!
Yes. Hmm? Hmm? Yes. Yes. Hmm? 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 Clues are organized. Now to piece this together.
I did not do that. I made more than 5 mistakes. All events have been fully calculated. We now need to find the connections between them. Norman questioned the reality of the world and frequently consulted with psychologist John. Before being hunted down and killed by corrupted and Moineau. These two are linked. Derealization disorder may be connected to the case. Norman may have been the one who reported the case to the police. Her friend had been killed, and she needed to attract police attention without exposing herself. The victim was attacked by corrupted mechanoids. Despite being injured, they managed to kill one attacker. And chase away another before being fatally struck by a sneak attack. Oh, oops. Okay. No, not that. Oh, it's only showing a couple options. Both victims questioned the reality of the world. Someone may be hunting people who doubt the world's authenticity. Questioning the reality of
Oh
the...
no.
Oh,
Why?
oh. Hello? Hi there. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Chalrath. Hi. What were you
Thought we had
doing?
a little chat, Mono.
What were you up to earlier? Hi. Thank you for the raid. Let me do a shout out. I can remember how. Um, Oh, you were just getting through the winter event in Final Fantasy XIV. Ah, I see, I see. Did you have fun? I did like how we could see some older characters, especially Emmerich. Yeah, I hope the holiday season has gone well for you too. I just had a family function yesterday. Yeah, the holiday events are always very wholesome. I do think I am going to actually go through this one more time because I want to get the achievement for not making not making that many mistakes during the deduction process.
A hidden key. How do I crack this?
I don't remember if you've been here while I streamed this game. Uh I think maybe that's not supposed to work.
Maybe I could try it this way.
You have another Christmas dinner on Thursday. Ooh. Who with, I wonder? Was this what I was playing when you first came
What
to the
about
stream?
Christina's method?
It might be.
How is this possible? How would she know this decryption method? Okay, let me sort through these clues first.
That should be better. We're investigating. Because Teddy's a detective now. In what would appear to be this weird virtual reality fake world simulation.
Yes.
And these two murder victims look just like Teddy. And also share her name.
Yes. Hmm?
Oh. Alright, did you?
Yes.
Okay. I think all of them for this.
Yes. Hmm?
Oh, I'm forgetting. Crap.
Yes. Yes. Clues are organized. Now to piece this together.
You, you remember there was some sort of underwater facility and then there were timelines and it was crazy. I think I remember when you first came. I think that was during a particular chapter. Um, yeah. It was crazy. Things are weird in this chapter, but in a very different way.
Oh no. Why?
Yay, I got the achievement. And we've just learned that the murderer is none other than Teddy's partner.
Time we had a little chat, Moano.
They gasp indeed. A certain detective once said, "After eliminating the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." I knew they were going to say that. Morgue, Crime Investigation Bureau. The harsh white light is blinding, flattening everything beneath it into what seems like a two-dimensional plane. Teddy stares at two corpses bearing her own face. An inappropriately dark joke surfaces. There are 3 people in the room, but only 2 Christina Normans. Well, no. Under the sterile light, her very words sounded sterile. She recalls the information she had deciphered from the deep data not long ago. Her decryption program successfully extracted video files from a rioting machine's visual module. The recording played out from the machine's perspective. It moved with rapid, darting motions, sweeping past Moore and Teddy before entering an alley. Ahead, 3 rioting machines blocked Norman's path, while Moineau descended from above behind her. A ring of her drones hovered around them. When the rioting machine charged, its blade aimed at Moineau's back. She didn't even flinch. Her drones swiveled, targeted, and fired autonomously, their energy beam piercing straight through the mechanical assailant. It collapsed to the ground, its final visual feed locked on the 2 figures in the alley. Suddenly, the 3 machines blocking Norman were destroyed by drones that had slipped behind her unnoticed. Before she could react, several drones forced her back against the wall. She had nowhere to run. Mondel. You. The drones flew to Moineau's arm, transforming and reassembling until a light blade extended from her wrist. Silence, imposter. In the next moment, she plunged the blade into Norman's chest. Eddie gasped violently, as if the blade had pierced her own chest. In response, a stabbing pain pulsed through her mind, a lingering symptom from Norman's viral attack. Beside her lay Christina's deep data interface, revealing a single line of text. Don't trust your memories. With unsettling ease, Teddy decrypted the data using her most familiar key. The fit was perfect, as if she had been its original architect. The morgue's frigid air hangs heavy, a sterile blend of formalin, disinfectant, and the false cheer of lemon-scented cleaner. I am a memory protection program created by Christina Norman, codenamed Teddy. My purpose is to activate when the host's memories are damaged or under attack. My objective is to assist Teddy in recovering her memories. For reasons yet unknown, this program has now acquired physical form. A program gaining physical form? Isn't the answer obvious? That also explains my frame change. Teddy lets out a bitter chuckle, her fingers tracing the cold stainless steel surface. In her vision, the material world peels away, revealing the skeletal truth beneath. All of it is just programs, just code. Then from down the corridor come the familiar footsteps. With each one, she feels a sickening thud in her chest, as if a fist is closing around her heart. That familiar voice reaches her, yet to Teddy, it now sounds utterly alien. How much do you know? Teddy lets out a soft, sardonic laugh. Enough to be demanding answers from you, Mono. Why did you kill them? Mono turns her head away, a subtle shift to shield her expression from Teddy's gaze. What's wrong? I'm not going to answer. Why can't you just stay in your cage? As if the words struck a nerve, Mono's head whips back toward Teddy. That's not what I... But in the next instant, a torrent of data surges from Teddy's fingertips. It's pointless. Mono's response catches Teddy off guard as she effortlessly deflects the DDoS flood attack. Oh my god, now Teddy's doing DDoS attacks? I'm getting enough of those in Final Fantasy XIV. Just sleep. Tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. Darkness engulfs Teddy's vision. In her final moments of consciousness, she reaches for Mono, grasping at empty air. Behind her, from the stainless steel surface she touched, a dormant program is already infiltrating her systems. After all, everything here is just programs and code. The TV mumbles the news, but Moore's mind is elsewhere. His hand, groping for the glass on the table, sends it tipping. The sound brings Aline into the living room, where she finds Moore already mopping up the spilled water. What's wrong? Thinking about a case? Yeah. Need to head to work soon, right? Try not to be late. Moore stares ahead, his expression still distant. Seeing him like this, Aline furrows her brow with concern. Yeah, right. Ever since his talk with the psychologist, strange images have been haunting his mind. And what was your occupation before you came? I was stationed at... Stationing? What? Who was stationed with him? Crow and Collie. Who are they? Aline. Conversation. You randomly decided to take the Omegaverse quiz. Okay, and? Before his thoughts can fully form, a knock sounds at the door. Oh, he gonna get murdered, isn't he? Oh. You know what else? Shoutout, if you're still here, something I showed on stream is, I got more plushies from my plushie collection for Christmas. Look at them. Right? He is pretty. Yeah! I've got 2 Totoros and I got a little Red Prince doll from Blueprints. They're very cute. And the Totoros are so soft. And yeah, Cole, don't murder that hetero creature. Because he's got a wife. Because he's... yeah. Although I guess we don't know. He could be a bi creature. Oh yeah, the crochet work's really nice. I don't know who did it. My sister got the crochet doll for me, and she said like it's not official merch, like someone online did it. When you assume his wife dies, as detectives most do, I can make him a bi creature indeed. I feel like he's gonna get murdered, not his wife. 50-50 odds? Maybe. Oh, and I breezed right past your Omegaverse quiz results. You're a loner alpha, and you fear it describes you perfectly. Yeah, probably came from Etsy or something. I don't know exactly what, but... no. Either way, it's very cute, and I'm happy with it. Prelude. Who are they? Babylonia, 2 months ago. Aha! So are we back? Are we seeing the real world now? Seated in the office chair, Nicola held himself with ramrod straightness, his fingers drumming a steady, impatient rhythm on the table. He prided himself on his impeccable military bearing, a standard he upheld with ruthless self-discipline. He legit said prefers alone time more and should avoid retail and do graphic design or something. Don't you do graphic design? Damn. Yeah, I thought so. They got you. But today, a faint line of anger was carved between the brows of the military commander-in-chief. Write that down, write that down! While his face seemed an unreadable mask to most, it betrayed a subtle, simmering fury to anyone who knew him well, such as... Hassan! And that fury went unanswered. The president of Babylonia and Nicola's friend, Hassan, had stood him up. Nicola's rhythmic tapping ceased as he slammed a fist on the table, surged to his feet, and marched straight to Hassan's office. He flung the door open and demanded an answer, his voice low with contained anger. I've been waiting in the conference room for a full 20 minutes. Have you forgotten the meaning of punctuality? Or perhaps that anger was no longer contained. The commotion snapped Hassan out of its trance. He tore his gaze away from the document he'd been staring at blankly. My apologies. Has it really been that long? Striding to the desk, Nicola glanced at the document in Hassan's hands. Hassan passed it to him without hesitation, and Nicola gave it a cursory look. He recognized the document he had already reviewed long ago. This damage assessment report detailed the aftermath of the Gestalt data wall breach, focusing primarily on the destruction of the A1 airport terminal. To this day, that shattered petal of Babylonia remains unrestored. Don't get it. That crisis is over. Why are you still looking at an old report? Hassan heaved a deep sigh, his response tinged with unmistakable melancholy. In just a few short years, Babylonia has faced multiple attacks that threatened its very foundation. And they're about to face another. Uh-oh. First, the Luna incident, where Huashu infiltrated Gestalt and seized control of most of its processing modules. It completely severed Gestalt's ability to regulate Babylonia's power systems. Then Ballard, with 7,295 unguided ballistic missiles still aimed directly at us. One push of a button from the Forsaken and we could be shot down at any moment. And then there's that thing that showed up from behind Gestalt's data wall. We've been walking a tightrope over an abyss this entire time. Do you know what those politicians and wealthy elites are saying? I don't need you to tell me. Are they brothers? No, I don't think so. I think they just work together. Keep the battlefield on Earth, they say. Don't let it disrupt our lives on Babylonia. Fools. Nicola fell silent for a moment. But our position is improving, isn't it? His words held an indefinable hope, caught between a question for Hassan and a statement of fact. We've developed new central purification filter technology. The conservation areas on the ground are gradually replacing their tower cores, and we're establishing new safe zones. Construct tech is advancing as well. Doesn't the Science Council have a new technology for the mind? The first frame to be equipped with it is Liv's new frame. They kind of just look strikingly similar. I feel like maybe that's just the art style. Or that they're both just older guys. And now that I look at it, their hairstyles are like very similar. You can still tell that they're different because like the lines are a little different, but they do look very similar. That will depend on whether Luke approves it. Okay. And we already know from last chapter that I will approve it, and Liv will get her new frame. He returned to their previous topic. Regarding the agents, Vonnegut has disappeared, and Luna isn't showing strong hostile intentions right now. By any measure, the situation is stable and improving. Maybe it is. Nicola raised an eyebrow. He sensed Hassan was holding something back. You think there's another crisis coming? No. You're certain of it. Why? Some members of Parliament are growing restless. Corono again? No, it can't be. Corono isn't worth this level of concern. Corono is a hyena, chasing after scraps. You can control them with bait, and once they're full, they're no threat. Handle them correctly, and they'll cough up everything they've swallowed, stomach acid included. Sometimes they'll even fight for you. But these ones are different. They're far more dangerous. Who are they? Ah! Thank you again for the sub! A third of a year already? Wow! Thank you! 4 whole months, that's crazy. And you don't even need to pay me to watch. That's the problem. I don't know who they are yet. You don't know yet. He spoke slowly, giving each word weight. Not exactly a prophet here. You saw a tweet that made you think of me? You love highly detailed metaphors. Thank you, Hassan. Yeah, highly detailed metaphors are very fun. For everyone's sake, I hope you're not. But you are Hassan, the legendary Hassan the Undefeated. The long-forgotten title from Nicola's lips gave Hassan pause, his expression softening with a hint of nostalgia. That's just an empty title from the past. It's not worth mentioning. There's something else that's been on my mind. It's about our cybersecurity here on Babylonia. Isn't Gestalt... He started to ask if Gestalt wasn't enough, but the thought died as he recalled its dismal performance in recent years. I believe the digital domain will become a critical battlefield in the future. A look of realization crossed Nicola's face. You were... It was like, I hope people think about me when I'm not around. And you were like, that's how Luke feels. Self-fulfilling prophecy if you think about it. Yeah, that is kind of how I feel. And like I've said before, I'm trying very hard to keep in mind that people can and do. As opposed to thinking, I just leave people's brains as soon as I'm not with them. So that's why Teddy's new frame got pushed through so fast. Well, she is quite wealthy herself. But yes, that is the reason. From what I hear, her new frame should be almost ready. About 80% complete. I'll be assigning her a mission after that. What kind of mission? She'll be looking for facilities with sufficient computing power. Do you remember what came before Project Gestalt? Well, I'm glad you think about me. I'm glad that I make an impression. If I'm remembering right, was it the quantum network and artificial intelligence engineering? Close enough. The full name was Quantum Neural Synapse and Advanced AI Matrix. The QNSAM. The QNSAM. Imagine a world with no object permanence. That reminds me. there was a like the Onion sketch I remember seeing a long time ago, and it was like about like, you know, the downfall of like the American education system, but like to a kind of absurd degree, in that it was like modern day high school teachers are unable to teach students basic object permanence. And it was like a bunch of like high school students, maybe even college students, and they're just like trying to teach them that things exist when they don't see them. And like what I remember, like there was an interviewer that was like, they were like interviewing someone, and they were like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd like to learn more about this, but how am I gonna even do that when I don't even have a teacher? And they're like, and then from behind them, the teacher is like, I'm still here. And and the student's like, fuck. Also, that's, object permanence is also something I like to, not make fun of, but like, I guess maybe in a little bit of a way make fun of babies for. I don't know. When there's little babies around, I see them being all cute and little and not knowing anything, and I'm just like, oh, you don't even have object permanence yet. You're just a little baby. You're just a little guy who doesn't have object permanence. Peekaboo is the greatest game ever. Yeah, because they don't see you, and they're just like, where'd you go? You hide behind your hands, and they're like, where'd you go? Where'd they go? Have any of you seen, do any of you know, like, real-time fan dubs? Because now I'm just thinking of that one moment where it's like the real-time fan dub of, I think, the Resident Evil 2 remake. And there's like that one big guy who's like chasing after the girl, and he's like, and she just like goes behind a door and like closes it, and then he's just like, where'd she go? She was just right here a second ago. And then he'll like turn around and start leaving, and then she'll open the door and he'll see her and be like, wait a second, there you are. And then she'll go back behind the door and he'll go, where'd she go? It's really funny. You seen that video? Yeah, it's funny. It was a supercomputer and AI project led by the Science Council in collaboration with universities and research institutes worldwide. And Gestalt. It needs two key things to be what it is. First, it has to be a quantum supercomputer. Second, it needs to have advanced artificial intelligence. What's this got to do with Teddy's mission? I want her to find me a quantum supercomputer that doesn't have the AI part. I don't trust Gestalt. I never said that. Your actions suggest otherwise. That is your assumption. Nicola let out a resigned sigh. Why not at least wait until her frame is ready and switched? No need to wait. This mission is exactly what she'll need. Why would you need a quantum supercomputer without an AI? It's just a precaution. Hassan pushed himself up from his seat and moved to the window, his eyes fixed on the profound darkness of space. What would you say is the real foundation, or the cornerstone, of everything we've built here? Strength. Nicola answered without a moment's hesitation. Strength, huh? Of course you'd say that. What's your answer then? Hassan offered no answer. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the distance, where a shimmer of brilliant stars pierced the infinite darkness. What are you really up to? I think I'll do this chapter and then maybe I'll end for the night. We're at about halfway and it's getting a little bit late. So I'll probably continue another night. Yeah, nothing. What are you up to? Nothing. Night and rose. Amid the amid the swirling shards in the sky, 1,000 roses shimmered in the light. Speak to the familiar store staff and complete the stage. Got it. We're in a simulation. That's another thing I've been thinking of a lot. I don't know if you guys know this video. It's like a video, it's two girls whose like videos and podcast I watch a lot. Their names are Sid and Olivia, and it's this one video that they made where it's like the two of them, and it's like POV inside your brain, and they're just kind of like saying a bunch of like thoughts, but in like a very funny way. And one of the ones at the end is like conspiracy theories walking around, and she's just going, "Are we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation?" And then the other one is like childhood thoughts, and she just walks in and goes, "A bunny goes," and makes like a little bunny pose. Okay, good night, Ash Frost. It's probably not as funny as me just explaining it. I can probably find it. Hang on. Hang on a second. I'm gonna find it. Oh! No way! Hang on! They also just... they just announced PGR's next frame. Hell yeah. I'm playing that game right now. It sounds like how brains just fire random thoughts for sure. Yeah, very much that. But I'm finding it. I'm finding it. Give me a second. Well, this is a compilation of all of them, but I'll probably just show the first one. Because that's the one I'm thinking of. Here we go. Yes. 1 second. 1 second. Here we go. And I'm remembering to turn on the audio this time. I've forgotten in the past. Here.
Am I a bitch or am I hungry?
Am I worthless or am I hungry?
Do I have ADHD or do I have anxiety? 20% off. Fashion Nova.
Dolls Kill is canceled, 40% off Dolls Kill. Why have you ever done any of the things you've ever done?
French toast.
Remember that time in 7th grade where you picked the gym shorts off the ground and handed them to Brennan and you were like, hey, here's your gym shorts?
My parents have fucked.
And then he was like, those aren't mine, those are just gym shorts you picked up off the ground.
Is Caillou okay? Am I bi?
Is Caillou's dad bi?
Am I attracted to Caillou's dad because I am bi?
Today, my reflection pleases
You
me.
are a garbage witch. You're going to die one day.
Ham.
No.
Cheesecake.
No.
Cheesecake.
No.
Fruit cheesecake.
I fucked the Travago.
Do not fuck anyone!
Mercury is in retrograde.
Mercury.
I hit someone with my car.
I never called that person back that I hit with my car.
I'm mean.
But if I freak 7 days a week, wet ass pussy make that pull-out game weak.
Why do people eat animals? Jojo Siwa is 5'10".
Jojo Siwa is 5'10".
Jojo Siwa.
Don't ask the waiter for ketchup, you
Are
demon!
we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation?
A bunny goes.
Yeah, it's like that. Also, yeah. Oh. New breaker class. So, oh, you liked it? Yeah, I really liked that video too. So Rosetta's new frame is a new class. So this is we've all been waiting for a new dark tank for a long time, but it looks like technically we're not getting a new dark tank. We're getting a dark breaker. So yeah, element, dark, frame type, breaker, weapon, radiant halberd, effect, Ultima Slash. New Omniframe Rosetta Arate? I don't know how to pronounce that. Arate? Arate? Something like that. Yeah, breakers. Breakers can reduce the enemy's damage reduction through attacks and receive combat buffs by triggering Matrix. So it sounds like a tank, but I guess it must be different somehow. Anyway. Oh wait, actually, let's just quickly take a better look at this art. New version coming February 3rd. Withering Crown. And as we can see here, Rosetta's new frame has her centaur parts. It's gonna be exciting. Okay. That's all about that. Let's get back to game. Are we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation? Are we in a simulation? The bunny goes. The cradle rocks above an abyss. And common sense tells us that our existence is but a brief crack of light between two eternities of darkness. Speak, memory. Wandering through the darkness. Oh wait, hang on. I forgot to turn off desktop audio. So that would have been causing some potential sound issues. But I fixed it! Wandering through the darkness, she was pulled into a dream. Remembered the past. There, fervor was the dominant theme of what they had called family. It all began with the madness known as Project Herald. Christina, what's buried there is the seed of civilization. Your father went on a great mission. You must follow his path, trace his footsteps, and bring back his legacy. Only Dominic can lead humanity back to Earth. Christina Norman had never seen Dominic in person. Whenever Charles spoke to her about such things, a single question would always linger in her mind. What kind of man was Dominic? According to the books, he was the founder and chief technician of the Science Council, the pioneer of Gestalt design theory, the proposer of cold fusion theory and its practical application, and the creator of the first strong AI machine. Leveraging cold fusion, he had dragged humanity out of the Great Depression, facilitated the rise of the world government, and ushered in the Golden Age. They called Dominic a hero. Oh, just another hero. Or rather, the very first. But the hero died. He vanished without a trace inside Reactor 1. The legacy of the dead became a trophy to be fought over, and the fallen hero demanded a successor. And so, Dominic's successor was born out of necessity. Successor to Dominic, yet property of Norman Mining Corp. What a complete joke. Dominic wasn't even a Norman. What are you talking about? Nothing. Keep such thoughts to yourself. At least within these walls. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Ooh, baby Teddy is so cute! I love the bows. I love her little hair buns. A sigh escaped Edward in the lavish living room, a quiet lament for the unfair hand fate had dealt his daughter. I know that you... After a long hesitation, the rest of his sentence died on his lips. Father, are they also sending you to the surface for Project Herald? Yes, they are. Lowering himself to a crouch, Edward offered Christina a gently forced smile. When I come back, you'll be free. You can be anyone you want to be. But none of the previous heralds ever came back. I will come back. I promise you, my little Teddy. With those words, Edward departed, drawn away by the urgent calls from beyond the door. He never came back. The Norman family held a symbolic funeral for Edward. It did not rain that day. Babylonia's weather cycle rarely allocated precipitation, and the world certainly did not orchestrate convenient rainfall for every moment of grief. So when tears streaked Christina's face, she had no rainfall to blame them on. She had believed herself too composed to cry. She was convinced, in fact, that she had not shed a single tear. She simply stared, blank and unseeing, at the gravestone, a purely symbolic marker that didn't even hold her father's personal effects. It was only when Leonardo, standing beside her, gently pointed it out that she realized her vision had blurred, her eyes welling with the grief she had refused to acknowledge. Christina turned to look at her brother. She had expected to find him in tears, but Leonardo was dry-eyed. He only revealed a sorrowful gaze, his vacant eyes containing nothing but grief. Nothing but grief. Across the grounds, Christina and Leonardo caught a distant glimpse of Victoria. Their younger sister stood beside Charles Norman. It was too far away for her expression to be clear. After a brief moment of eye contact, Victoria and Charles departed from the funeral. Following suit, the other mourners gradually dispersed. In the quiet that settled in their wake, Christina overheard the whispered conversations of the nearby guests. I always said Edward lacked the nerve for a true legacy. It seems I was right. You hear? One of the Norman cousins, Oakley, I believe her name was. She simply couldn't stomach Project Herald. Had a terrible fight with her family and fled Babylonia altogether. Can't say I blame her. Project Herald? Absolute madness. The Normans aren't forging a legacy. They're digging their own grave. The mourners drifted away until only Christina and Leonardo remained by the graveside. Aren't you going to leave? I'm going to shut down Project Herald. I won't let any more lives be thrown away for nothing. It won't be easy, but I swear, I will do everything I can. Christina remained silent, having no desire to respond. Soon, only the young girl was left at the funeral. Standing alone, she suddenly felt as though she were wandering through an endless darkness. Wandering through the darkness, she was pulled into a dream. She dreamed of the moment of her birth. Too many pretty men? Yeah, I agree. From behind the glass, the black-haired director of the third dark room watched, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. On the other side, the woman on the operating table writhed, her agonizing screams continuing unabated, despite the frantic efforts of the doctors circling her. Push! That's it! I can see the head! Almost there! The head's out! Take a deep breath. Good. Don't push now. The infant's cries echoed through the operating room, announcing her arrival into the world. It's over. You've done well. Once the umbilical cord was cut, the doctor moved in to whisk the newborn away for its initial examination. Behind the glass, the man released a long, relieved sigh. I don't even want to think about that. Let me see her. Before the woman's request could be granted, the doctors discovered something unusual. blood loss is excessive. She's not clotting. He immediately decided to act. It's a postpartum hemorrhage. Get the crash cart. A sudden tension gripped the operating room, and the man watched as the medic's movements shifted into urgent, purposeful bursts. Ugh. Uterine attention? Administer oxytocin. I don't know that word. Oxytocin ineffective. Prepare for uterine packing. I hate this stuff. Mr. Yan, I'm sorry. We did everything we could. A look of bewilderment dawned in the man's eyes. Everything you could? What do you mean? There's little time left. You should go in. Now. A hint of compassion tinged the doctor's voice. Yan Chen entered the operating room. His gaze immediately found his wife's pale, exhausted face. Claire. She was barely clinging to life. Chen, let me see her. At Yan Zhen's signal, the doctor brought their newborn daughter close. Claire's eyes locked onto the baby, and she struggled to lift a hand, her strength abandoning her. Seeing this, Yan Zhen gently cupped his wife's hand and guided it to their daughter's cheek. Eyes. They're just like yours. My little one now. Oh, so this isn't Teddy. I tell you. The light in her eyes faded away. Why? Why did she bleed out like that? Edward asked in the Star of Life's corridor, his voice thick with bewilderment. The moment the words left his mouth, he recognized their futility. How's my wife now? He tried again, only to realize he'd asked another futile question. I'm sorry. We were only able to save the baby. Edward's gaze drifted back to where Christina and Leonardo waited, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. How could he possibly tell his children? We did everything we could to have your wife and baby be completely healthy with zero complications. It's like, the overly literal doctor from the show Arrested Development. Have any of you seen that show? There's like a doctor that they would always see whenever somebody in the family had to go to the hospital. And he'd always phrase things in a very literal manner. For instance, at one point, like, the dad of the family was in the hospital for something, and he was like, I'm afraid we lost him. He just... One moment he was there, and then he just got away from us. And of course, the family's like crying because they're like, oh no, he's dead. And they're like, can we go see him? And the doctor's like, yeah, I guess, but there's not really much to see. And they go in, and it's just an empty bed, and the window's open. I mean, he ran away. He got away from them. Or like when one of the characters loses a hand, the doctor said, he's gonna be all right. Because he's only got the right hand now. So they were all relieved And then, like, so he's like, he's gonna be all right. And they're like relieved. And he's like, wow, I'm surprised. You're taking this news a lot better than I would have thought. And they're like, what do you mean? He's like, well, he's only got one hand now. And they're like, he's gonna be all right. Oh my god. And then I think like at various points, because of the overly literal doctor thing, different characters were like, I'm gonna kill him. They got so mad at him. That's a funny show. There's something else you should know. It's about the baby's condition. What's wrong with her? It's a very rare condition called severe combined immunodeficiency. SCID? SCID? But that's treatable, isn't it? A bone marrow transplant is all we need. The doctor looked at the director of the third dark room, and a pang of cruelty shot through him at the thought of what he had to say. Normally, yes, but her variant is a rare mutation. Standard curative protocols are ineffective. Her T cells and B cells are non-functional. It's a complete systemic failure. She has no adaptive immune system. No defense against any pathogen. Bacterial, viral, fungal. SCID is marking her genetics, but just... It's SCID mark. Yeah. His baby can't skid out of this one. Indeed. So, you're telling me her entire life will be spent in a sterile room? The doctor turned his face away, every ounce of his focus bent on forming a reply. Yes. What are you studying today? I'm reading elementary particle physics. And you can comprehend the material? I'm managing. Charles's brow furrowed suddenly. Managing is not the standard for Dominic's successor. You must comprehend it completely. This is the only way. This is the only way. I'm so sorry, Mondo. Jeez, she's like 10. She doesn't need to know elementary particle physics. Just managing is pretty stellar, I'd say. Inside the sterile room, the air filtration system hummed its ceaseless faint hymn. 4-year-old Monel fought to keep the sadness from her face. Fortunately, she was gifted with a mind far beyond her years. It allowed her to understand the guilt in the man's words. It's all right. I understand. She pressed her tiny hand against the glass. Staring at that small, delicate palm, Yan Zhen crumbled, collapsing to his knees. With trembling hands, he placed his own palm against the partition, desperate to feel the warmth of Moineau's hand. But all that met his skin was the cold, unyielding glass. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to Mother wasn't your fault. Christina offered soft comforts to the weeping man before her. Unfortunately, she was gifted with a mind far beyond her years. She understood the grim statistics of childbirth all too well. And so she chose to lock her grief away. It was as if her soul had risen above her body, looking down on the tableau of sorrow. Her anguished father. Her mourning brother. and her grandfather with eyes squeezed shut. From that cold vantage point, a single ill-timed thought formed. Years from now, would she completely forget what it felt like to be held in her mother's arms? What does an embrace feel like? What did you say? Yanjin stopped typing, turning his gaze to Monel. She then pointed to the book in her hand by Thomas and recited a line. But there are no limits to loving, and what does it matter to me if I hold things badly if I can embrace everything? Dad, what does an embrace feel like? Yanjin was stunned, at a loss for words. An embrace feels like... It feels like eternity. It's like, for that one moment, nothing else exists or will ever end. Was it like that when you held Mom in your arms? A gentle smile touched Yanjin's lips, his eyes brimming with tender longing. Yes, exactly like that. Then I want to embrace you too, Dad. That's... Disappointment crossed Wando's face. Is it not allowed? Yes, of course you can. Half an hour later, Yunshen cautiously entered the sterile room. Having undergone 3 separate sterilization procedures, he was sheathed in a transparent isolation suit. He moved with a gentle, deliberate care, fearful of causing even the slightest infection in Mono's fragile state. When he offered an awkward embrace, she melted into it, allowing herself to believe that just for a moment, that everything could indeed become eternal. Nothing is eternal. And becoming a construct is the answer? You think that's eternal? Sometimes talking to you is exhausting. Wow, straight to the icy reception. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's hard to compete with the family prodigy. A playful, exaggerated grin spread across Leonardo's face. It vanished the moment he caught Christina's cold, expressionless stare from across the room, and his demeanor sobered instantly. I'm not here to stop you. I suppose you've already run the Tantalum 193 compatibility test. It's just... Can't you just wait a little longer? You're still so young. Wait until... Wait until when? Wait for a cure that doesn't exist? You... Yunshen rose angrily, but his leg buckled beneath him. He caught himself, his hand flying to his thigh in a gesture of pure frustration. I'm sorry, Dad. I just want to know what the outside is like. A sigh escaped Yanjin as he slumped his shoulders. The world outside isn't what you imagine, Wano. It hasn't been for years. Not since the punishing virus. Let me start from the beginning. I'll tell you what the punishing virus is first. This is our reality now. The world government has retreated to Babylonia, hiding behind its walls. Then, what about us? How long can this dark room base last? A note of panic crept into Wano's voice. Never once had she imagined the world she'd dreamed of seeing could be considered destroyed. At our current rate, 4 years. It's a problem I can solve. I will find a way. Don't worry. I still have some influence within the world government. if you want to see the outside. You could start by exploring it through the network. How does that sound? I'm allowed? Yes, but carefully. Anonymously is safest. I could teach you the fundamentals. Your father has a master's in computer science, you know. I learned all this during my doctoral studies, and I was the head of Project Connection. Not a bad teacher to have. All right, teach me. You want to learn programming? Why? Just curious about it. Does the old man know? He doesn't need to know everything. With quiet composure, Christina took a sip of red tea before she spoke. Fine. Well, as it happens, I have something for you. It's a virtual reality rig. You can use it to explore coding environments. I'll bring it over later. Boring. A little gratitude wouldn't kill you. I'm trying to help. How's Project Herald coming along? The same. Not a single successful candidate in any batch. I heard that, despite his hesitation, he forced himself to speak up. Father's name might be on the short list for the next batch. I did it, Dad! I hacked the registry! You're on the list for the next transport to Babylonia! Oh wait, she's not that little anymore. I hacked the registry! You're on the list for the next transport to Babylonia! Just like that? Yan Zhen could only stare, utterly stunned. He was no stranger to his daughter's genius. She had surpassed his own abilities in just 2 years. Yet the reality of her successfully hacking Babylonia's registry system was beyond anything he had ever conceived. I had a lucky break. Their data isn't live linked to that Gestalt system. They only do batch updates during scheduled syncs. You did well. Dad, when will you come back? Soon, I hope. Or it could be a very long time. When I come back, you'll be free. You can be anyone you want to be. Why didn't you come back? Christina sat on a boundless plain, her eyes fixed on the artificial sun in the distance. The words were a soft murmur, meant for no one but herself. As Dominic's successor, she was forbidden from showing any weakness. Here, in the emptiness of virtual space, was the only place she could retreat to soothe her grief. Well, well. Didn't expect to find a space like this. Nice view. A voice suddenly came from behind her. Who's there? Christina whirled around, startled to see a purple-haired woman curiously appraising her virtual space. Teddy? What a weird ID. It's not weird at all. Fine, fine, you win. Not that bad. Who are you? Why are you here? Just call me the Unwinged. I'm just browsing the network. What about you? What's a brat like you doing crying in here? I wasn't crying. Whatever you say. That was the first time they met. An encounter filled with tension. Three layers of firewalls, huh? A bit basic. Oh? And now this trap has some teeth. Too bad it only caught my zombie. With effortless ease, the Unwinged bypassed Teddy's defense protocols and entered the virtual space again. Teddy, however, didn't so much as turn around, continuing to sunbathe as if she were alone. A beach this time, huh? Definitely an upgrade from the snowfields. Shut up, gloomy woman. The Unwinged pressed her lips. Don't give me strange nicknames, you snippy little brat. My name is Moineau. Christina. I brought you a rose. I can generate roses too, you know. Teddy raised a single hand, and the data streams coalesced in her palm, slowly weaving themselves into the form of a rose. Not like this. Ever heard of holographic imaging technology? Mimicking Teddy's gesture, she raised her right hand. The data streams that appeared in her palm were vastly more numerous and complex. At the center of this digital storm, a glass-like card solidified into existence. It has a special property. Simple version? The stored image has true volume. Change your angle, and you'll see a different side. The rose inside the glass card appeared incredibly real. With a slight rotation of her wrist, hidden petals came into Teddy's view. And besides, the glass card shattered with a sharp crack. Every piece still holds the whole picture. Amid the swirling shards in the sky, 1,000 roses shimmered in the light. No, I'm back. Not even a firewall to greet me this time? What's the point? You just tear it down anyway. Don't be like that. It's good practice for you. As the years passed in a blur of shared experiences, their relationship deepened. What had begun in wary hostility gradually became a sanctuary of shared secrets. For the first time in her life, Teddy found herself with a real friend. I'll take the construct modification surgery tomorrow. Doesn't that hurt like hell? No. You're really going through with it? I wanted to do it years ago, right after my father died. Oh, right around when we first met. Yeah. Leonardo talked me out of it back then. You actually listened to him? Teddy rolled her eyes at the unwinged. I don't know how he did it, but he actually managed to make the Norman Mining Corp scrap Project Herald. I'll admit, that was impressive. I've been gathering intel on the Corp. Blackmail material for the future. It might take a while, though. So you can break free from them? Maybe. But I suppose that doesn't really matter. It's just trading a small cage for a bigger one. There's nowhere to truly escape to. It's still better than only knowing one cage. At least, you'd be able to spread your wings. The unspoken meaning behind her words landed with Teddy. What about you, Miss Doom and Gloom? Me? What cage are you trapped in? Who knows? Maybe I'm stuck on the moon or something. Frustrated by the unwinged's constant evasiveness, Teddy abandoned subtlety and demanded a straight answer. The time comes, I'll leave Babylonia and find you. On the surface. I never said I was on the surface. Panic edged the unwinged's voice as she responded. We've known each other for years. I'm not an idiot. Mono, let's set a time and place. To meet in person. We'll talk about that later. When Yen Zhen returned to the third dark room, he was confined to a wheelchair, his hair having turned white. Only his piercing purple eyes remained unchanged. He brought with him advanced construct modification technology. Mono, do you have any requests for your frame? Oh, he's got a unique sprite now. Mono lay on the operating table, gazing at the blinding surgical lights before closing her eyes. In the darkness, her mind conjured the pink-haired girl from the virtual space. Could you give me a pair of wings? Even if they're broken? After the modification, would she finally be able to go and see her? When they met again in the virtual space, they took a moment to study each other's frames. So, you became a construct too. It's just more convenient this way. I've left Norman Mining Corp. That bastard Leonardo. He lied to me. And crawling back to claim his inheritance. I've already spoken with the engineering force. I'm heading to the surface on a mission with them. A trial run, basically. Doesn't matter. I'll ditch them when it's over and meet you here. Teddy shared the time and location with the Unwinged. But her words were met only with the Unwinged's blank stare into the distance. Hey, did you get all that? Of course. And what's with the 1,000 light-year stare? It's just hard to believe that crying child from all those years ago has grown up. Stop talking to me like some wise elder. It's gross. Okay, good night, Neil. Sleep well. Mono stared at the door of the third dark room, drawing a nervous breath. Then she stepped outside. I can smell grass. It's different from the simulations in virtual space. For over 20 years, since the moment of her birth, she had been waiting. Now she was finally taking her first true step into the world. What kind of world is it going to be? Come, see it with your own eyes. Come, feel it with your own hands. Little bird, you are free. Spread those broken wings and fly. A swarm of drones attached to her body unleashed brilliant jets of flame, lifting her from the ground. Mono soared skyward, her hair whipping wild in the wind as she felt it rush across her bionic skin. A smile bloomed across her face. She leaned forward, adjusting the thrust of her drone wingsuit as she danced through the air. And then she saw it with her own eyes. Blood and fire, ruins and wreckage. The crimson virus spread across the land. Something was crumbling. What kind of world is this? Night had already fallen when Mono returned to the third dark room. Rushing past the researchers' greetings, she headed into the sterile room that had been her home for over 20 years. Something was different. Something had changed. After a long, hazy moment, she realized what it was. Oh, it's the air conditioning system. The noise is gone. Of course, it was silent now that she no longer lived there. The noise that had plagued her for 2 decades, the sound that had become a part of her, had simply vanished. This world out here, is it really a good place for her? She wondered if she should go meet Teddy after all. The meeting time was fast approaching, yet Mono remained undecided on how to face Teddy. Might as well meet her first, I guess. Dread weighing on her every step, she forced herself toward the meeting point. Suddenly, her terminal chirped. Dad? It was Teddy's first time on the surface. She stared, a tumult of feelings stirring within her, at the fresh footprints she had pressed into the soil, a lone disturbance amidst the wild, unburdened weeds. I can smell soil. It's different from the simulations in virtual space. Someone nearby noticed Teddy. So you're the newbie? First time on the surface? Name's Karanina. Just stick with me on this one, and you'll be fine. Just as she had once waited in vain for her father, Hetty now waited for the unwinged who never came. She wanders in darkness. A cold tide of it churns around her, heavy with the undertow of memories. Pages from the past turn, one by one. But she refuses to look. She just curls tighter into herself, letting the void dissolve her. What a complete joke. The cradle rocks above an abyss, and common sense tells us that our existence is but a brief crack of light between two eternities of darkness. Speak, memory.
Work. Why do people even bother with jobs?
Let's go! Going to work. Again! Wait, is this the familiar food server? Because wasn't there... Yeah, speak to the familiar store staff. Okay. Maybe it's a different store. Come on. Not letting me go. I can't cross the road. Is this supposed to be happening? Is this a glitch? Oh, there it is. It's fixed now. Where's the familiar store staff? Okay, good night. Thanks for coming, Chow Wrath. Morning. Dinner tonight? Okay. Was it that one guy way back at the beginning? Did I have to talk to him? Maybe it was. Okay, we're backtracking. No! Yes, Happy New Year to you too! May 2026 be a good year. Maybe I'll just start over. I mean, I just have to skip the cutscene again.
Work. work. Why do people even bother with jobs?
Oh, we wouldn't if we didn't have to. Morning, Teddy. Aren't you gonna be late? Watch out for your perfect attendance. It's more. Aren't you late too? I took the day off, using my comp time. Was it not him? Oh. I walked right by her. It's Karenina in her idol skin.
Hello! Welcome to Karen's Bubble Tea Shop. Hope you're having a wonderful day. The usual?
Corona Orange Vitamin C Americano. No, Kuroro Orange Vitamin C Americano.
Here's your bubble tea. Enjoy!
Thanks, familiar store staff. Oh yeah, I just walked right by her. Didn't even see her. Let me in. Halt traffic. Thank you. Error. Retry. Eh?
Another day of work.
Don't go to work? Time to go to work. Aren't you going to be late? Watch out for your perfect attendance. Aren't you late too? You're taking another day off again? It's so quiet. Just like always. Remember to get coffee.
Hello! Welcome to Karen's Bubble Tea Shop. Hope you're having a wonderful day. The usual?
Oh, I can get different things. How about Mo Coco?
Here's your bubble tea. Enjoy!
Ah.
Was this here before?
You shall not pass. You shall not pass! Break the habit. Break the loop. Nice work. Eh? Hey, don't be mean. Hold on. Hack almost complete. Can't let her find out. Hack successful. Go to work properly.
Something's not quite right here.
Hey, I'm in new frame. Yay! Aren't you... Aren't you going to be late? Watch out for your perfect attendance. How did you know what I was gonna say? I shouldn't. I'm going to be late. Need to hurry to work.
Hello! Welcome to Karen's Bubble Tea Shop. Hope you're having a wonderful day. The usual?
Yeah, this one.
Here's your bubble tea. Enjoy.
Everybody else is gone.
Something's off here. Can you see these letters, Wano?
Huh? What are you talking about? Didn't get enough sleep?
Run!
I'm leaving.
Where am I going? Where am I running to? Oh! Hi there!
Flame circuit overload! Welcome to my data domain! Individual disruption! Breach successful. Full of holes. Time for a hard reset! More. Something's wrong here.
Everything seems perfectly normal. Elysium has always been this way.
Elysium has always been this way.
Wake up! More is already dead.
Elysium. A paradise, huh? What a joke. It's just an absurd dream. Are you spying on me, Mono?
Back to the decryptor frame. Morning, Teddy. Morning, Moore. You look a little off. Been working overtime again? It's nothing. Goodbye. Or...
Good morning. I know I'll see you again, but still. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
The Teddy Show. Like the Truman Show. Wano's not there anymore. The sound of the door opening startles Teddy awake. A deep, instinctual feeling whispers that this isn't the first time she's woken up today. She sees Wano step inside, 2 bags of bread in hand. Hungry? I've got bread, and more bread. Wano is her usual self, yet a spark of wariness flashes through Teddy. This inexplicable caution leaves her frozen for a moment. What's with that blank stare? Wano tosses a bag of bread onto the bed, snapping Teddy out of her trance. I don't remember giving you a key. Guess you used an electronic lock. And remind me, who taught you everything you know about network programming? A self-taught genius. Bingo! So, standing before you is at least half your teacher. And your prize for the right answer. She delivers a totally off-topic response while rummaging through the kitchen cabinets. Here's a cup of my hand-brewed tea. Seriously, where do you hide your tea leaves? Ah, got him. Teddy rises to dress, listening to the sound of Wano boiling water for tea in the kitchen. For a fleeting moment, this peaceful domesticity feels almost surreal. Such moments were rare in the Norman family. Meals were prepared by chefs and eaten under servants' watchful eyes, with proper table manners strictly followed. Everyone was performing their rigid, pre-assigned roles in the grand play of being a Norman. It was strange to think how a family, once a mere mining corporation before Dominic selected them as allies, had accumulated so many aristocratic customs. New money, it seemed, could indeed be polished into old nobility. Wano returns from the kitchen, placing the freshly brewed tea before her. So what's the real reason for the dawn raid? Do I need a reason? Maybe I just wanted to see your morning scowl. Teddy took a deliberate sip of the tea. Your brew is horrible. They finished their breakfast in the drowsy haze of early morning. Case files are thin. The Bureau actually approved a day off. Oh, you like getting some air? The faint chirping of sparrows drifts through the window, and Teddy turns to see several of them chattering on the windowsill. No cases? Really? Yeah, so we might as well go out for some fun, you know? With Wano's urging, Teddy finally accompanies her out of the apartment. Together, they cross the overpass, wait for green lights at intersections, and order bubble tea like the most ordinary young women. Around them, Elysium's commercial engine never stops humming. Shopping malls bulge with bustling crowds. As they walk, they pass a plaza taken over by an anime convention, where teenagers in elaborate costumes sing and dance with uninhibited joy. Oh, I know that character. She gestures toward a muscular man dressed in a red and blue bodysuit. Everyone knows Superhuman. And there's that creepy bat guy, too. I heard someone once devised an elaborate plan to breach multiple security layers just to reach the central building's rooftop. I'll have to check if there was a spotlight that protected a bat symbol. Is there really one up there? Of course not. On the outdoor screen, an anime promotional video plays. In it, a young man in a yellow jacket walks with a white-haired hacker girl under a moonlit sky. The theme song swells, filling the plaza. Do they really want you to stay here? The soft plastic of the bubble tea straw yields, denting and flattening under the pressure of her teeth. Do you want me to stay here with you, too? Wano's hand, which had been stirring the ice in her cup, freezes mid-motion. You're thinking of changing jobs? Yeah. Any suggestions? The straw circles her glass once more as a smile breaks across Wano's face. Whatever works. I can tag along and quit with you. Rising in the glass elevator, they watch the city transform into a distant tapestry of light. Stepping out, they are drawn into an elegantly decorated dessert shop, where the highlight is a taste of the limited edition cake. So this is what Sasha Tort tastes like. They wander into a theater and pick a movie purely on a whim. I still think Iron Wolf is stronger. Nah, he doesn't match up to Immortal Motormouth. They enter an arcade and settle in for a showdown at the King of Kickers 98 cabinet. How are you so good at fighting games? This is just child's play for a genius like me. They step into an electronics store. This camera looks pretty nice. The value for money isn't there. Even a rich girl like you worries about value for money. Seriously. Let's check out. They walk into an accessory shop. Is there anyone you'd want to buy a gift for? For who? You know, someone special. That sort of thing. There must be someone, right? A familiar figure flashes through Teddy's mind. You owe me so much already, so asking you to promise me just one thing isn't too much, is it? Who is that? That expression says it all. I knew it. On the street, Wando's camera rises, capturing the scene. Hey. Teddy turns at the sound. The shutter clicks, capturing her profile in a flash. The photo transforms the city lights into layered streaks and smears the passersby into ghosts. Teddy alone stands in stark, relative clarity. It's out of focus. It's all digital noise, and your shutter speed is completely off. You clearly don't know the first thing about photography. Not everyone's a privileged young lady who's an expert in everything. The day gradually slips away as they wander about. They find themselves back in the plaza where they first began, now transformed. The anime convention is winding down. The big screen has gone dark, no longer cycling through vibrant animation clips. Now, only a raw punk song echoes across the vast space. In time, I want to be your best friend. Teddy watches Wano under the streetlight, where a misty, dreamlike glow envelops her. You're very cheerful today, more than you used to be. Am I that different? More like an actual living person now. I thought that look of doom and gloom was a permanent fixture on your face. Want to go check out the rooftop of the central building? Why there? We might run into creepy bat guy there. Who knows? Sure. The central building's elevator takes 3 minutes to reach the top floor. Longer still with stops. Floor 7. Pressed among strangers, Teddy and Wano keep their silence. Floor 12. The doors part and seal again. Floor 15. The crowd begins to thin. Floor 19. They lean into opposite walls, a mirrored tension. Floor 20. Their eyes carefully avoid meeting. Floor 24. Through the glass, the cityscape below softens into a smear of light. Floor 28. Overhead, lights stutter, neglected for far too long. Floor 30. Their shadows warp on the walls, stretching into grotesque, comical shapes. Floor 35. The last of the other passengers disembarks, leaving only Teddy and Mono in the elevator. The faint, grinding hum from the elevator shaft sets Mono's nerves on edge. The doors slide open onto the top floor. Ahead, a small terrace door stands partially ajar. Around the corner, final flight of stairs leads up to the rooftop helipad. The night wind sweeps in, cool and insistent, tussling their hair. Ah! Oh my gosh! Hi, Fane! Thank you for the raid! Hi! Hello, Fane. Hello, Haru. Hello, Ill Nurse. Hello, Narco Nepsy. Hi, Ichang. Hi, buddy boy. How's everybody doing? I hope you're all having a good day. Let me do a shout out. How am I and how's the story time? It's fun. An ending. Oh, ah! Thank you for following, buddy boy. Happy end of the year. Thank you. Happy end of the year to you too. Yeah, and happy holidays. I hope everybody had great holidays. If they celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. If they celebrate Hanukkah, Happy Hanukkah. If they celebrate something else, then happy something else. Or, you know, just happy week. I hope everybody had a great week. Sam was being a stinky, so you bullied him the whole stream? Oh my god. Don't be too harsh on him. Just because he's a streamer, that doesn't mean he's like, no, he has feelings. Bane abandoned you now? But he's right there! He's right there! How could he have abandoned you? As for... Yeah, streamers have feelings too. Just watch. I will cry. If you make me cry, I will. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry. Don't worry. You checked his bot and it said he's really stinky? Do what you want. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Fun fact, I actually have cried on stream before. And it was while I was playing this very game during one of the story chapters. No, it's fine. I tease. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. You were playing Silk Song, right? How did that go? Aside from being bullied by your chat all night. And yeah, PGR really does hit you in the feels. I don't know how far you've gotten in the story. If you've done Shaper's Ripples, I cried at the end of that. And you know why. If you've done it, you know why. Every time you think an area is difficult, there's always a more difficult area. Oh, yeah. Is it like that one Honkai Impact 3rd scene? The one that also hits in the heart? Maybe. This classic Silk Song? Well, at least you're continuing on. The Himiko one? Yeah. It's similar. Yeah, not the final lesson. No, I think it is the final lesson. I think it is. But this chapter has not been too sad thus far. And it's the newest chapter. This one features Teddy. She's got a new frame, and her new frame is so cute. It's so cute. I'm probably not going to be online for too long. I apologize for that. Because it was it was already getting a bit late before I started this particular stage, and now this stage has been going on for a long time. Like a long time. Fane ended his Silk Song with the Phantom boss. I don't know what is that like a secret super boss or something? I don't actually know much of anything about Silk Song except for that one little guy who is making like who's doing like the little song that's like da na 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 da na da 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 da. I don't currently plan on playing it one day, but I appreciate your conscientiousness. Encore? Okay. Da 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 da. I know they're saying like little made-up words, but I don't remember what they are. I just know it was really cute, and someone made a video of it going on for 10 hours. That reminds me, if you have been subscribed to Wuthering Waves' YouTube channel, they recently did something similar-ish. If you know the capybara from Honami City, they made a 30-minute video. That's just the capybara dancing to a little song. And it's like bo 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 bo. Hang on, I'm gonna find it. I'll find it for you. Don't worry. I'm gonna find it. Here it is. I have found it. Yes, the brain rot. Yes, the brain rot. Okay. Give me 1 second. Also, I apologize that the game music is still going to be in the background. Here. It's this one. And yeah, it just repeats. It just repeats over and over again. Yeah. He's just working it. He is. I like Namipon. Namipon's cute. This also reminds me, yes! Slay, Namipon! Slay! 30 minutes of that is certainly a choice. Yeah, it is. But I think it's fun. I think it's fun that they did. It also reminds me of another thing. It's like a similar-ish thing. If any of you have seen the show, The Good Place, very good show. Highly recommend, by the way. There's a character named Janet. Janet is like... Janet is not a person. Janet is a vessel for all the knowledge in the universe. You know Janet! Yes! Janet! And you know, like when people in the Good Place have like questions, or like they need something, they'll just be like, Janet, and she'll just appear. Because she just appears there. And she normally lives in like a void. And there's a video called like What Goes On in Janet's Void. And it's literally just Janet standing there for like 11 hours. And occasionally she disappears. She just disappears because someone probably asked her something. Yeah, in the white void. In her white void. Yes! Yes! You get it? Yeah, hi there. I'm Janet. Attention, I have been murdered. Attention, I have been murdered. Yeah, I love Janet. And there's the bad Janets, like, up your stupid butt, you fat dink. Yeah. Yeah, I love that show. And the whole Jeremy Bearimy scene. Oh, and then there was the neutral Janets. Yeah, the reset protocol where she begs them not to press her reset button. It's like, I have kids. Look, this is Timmy. Timmy has asthma and he's fighting it like a champ. Look at them! Look at them! Like I said, this isn't real. This is a stock photo of the crowd at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. That's such a fun show. Yeah, and there were the neutral Janets that showed up a little bit, and they're just like they'll just like say something they will say something like this and then be like, end of conversation. And for like maybe 2 scenes, Disco Janet. She rollerbladed in and she was like out of sight. Yeah, I love that show. Janet might be my favorite character on that show, honestly. But I like all of them. I like all of them. Okay, that was fun. God, it is such a good show. I just told someone about it. I was like, I think you should watch it because I feel like you would like it. And I hope they do. I hope they do. And I hope they tell me all about it when they're watching it. I hope they do. They might not, but who cares? It's a good show. Feel free to go watch it. It's funny, and it's surprisingly got a plot. Yeah. There's a later episode where she is all the other characters. That one's really good. Yeah, she is really talented. She does their mannerisms so well. Very good show. I love it. There was this one post I saw on, I think, Tumblr once. Do you know like kind of that meme format where it'll be like a post, like someone will just post something and then someone else will post under it with like a screenshot of like a character and like a speech bubble so that it looks like they're saying the above post. Someone did one of those with Eleanor talking to Chidi around the rise of AI art, and it said something along the lines of like, AI will never have the capacity to be horny, which is the first step of creating great art. And it's like, I can hear her say that. I can hear Eleanor say exactly that. Yeah. The whole Jeremy Bearimy scene. I mentioned Jeremy Bearimy in like a different streams chat recently. And I don't think the streamer had seen the show, so they were confused. But somebody else in the chat was like, hey, Good Place reference. Someone got it. I was vindicated. Maybe I gotta watch that show again. It's good. I have friends who haven't seen it. I could show it to them. But anyway. Yeah. I think let's continue with the chapter. Time to have a watch along. Oh, I'd actually love that. That would be so fun. Yeah! It's a really good show. It's got 4 seasons. And I would say it's one of those shows that's great because it lasts exactly as long as it needs to. Cause like, you know how like some shows, they just like, they try to go on for a little too long. This show didn't do that. It went on for exactly as long as it had to. And a big part of that was that, like, unlike a lot of other sitcoms, this one has like a real plot. Like, it's not one where you can kind of just like sit down and watch any episode. There's like a whole through line through the whole show. You really gotta watch it in order. You binge it all in just a couple days, and it was good pacing. It was good. It's well paced. They do a good job of that. Yeah, I figured that was what you meant. Other shows. Yeah, I've seen other shows try to milk it unsuccessfully. And it's not pleasant. It's especially unpleasant if you're a fan of it, because then it just kind of sours your opinion of the show, because it's like, okay, like, I used to like this, but now I'm not enjoying it anymore. Honestly, I feel like sometimes, like, like if you used to like something and then don't like it anymore, it's worse than just not liking it from the get-go. Because you used to like it and you're like, I used to have fun with this thing. I feel that way about not a show, but a particular game. I've complained about it on my channel before, but I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant to name names in case people here like it and feel offended. I don't want to make anybody upset. But there's a particular game that I used to play that I don't anymore, and I feel like I am just like a little bit especially spiteful. Yeah, you know what it is, Cole. You know what it is. I'm just like especially spiteful towards it because I'm like, I used to enjoy you, and then you went, in my opinion, the wrong direction. And there's a part of me that's like so worried about that happening to my other like ongoing games like this and Wuthering Waves. I hope I continue to enjoy them. That reminds me. Are you caught up on Wuthering Waves, Fane? Are you? And if you are, did you go to La Hyrule? You're not? Okay, you'll get there. You just started. Wait, hang on. I thought you've played it before. Was I thinking of somebody else? Oh no. Okay, you are in La Hyrule. You just started La Hyrule. I see. But you're not fully caught up. I see. I get it. Then yeah. Okay, you're getting there. Yeah. That was a cool boss, I thought. When it went like, you know what I mean? Eventually, TM. Yes. Wild that you trademarked that word. Strangely, you think you do. Yeah. This is the magic of communication. Okay, yeah. I'm really excited for more. I think we're probably gonna be told who the upcoming characters for the next version is gonna be this coming week. Or I guess not this coming week. It's this now week. The week that's now. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Hyrule is really interesting. I gotta explore it more. Cause for the most part, I've only done I've done the main story, and I've unlocked a few things, but I haven't really explored. I really want to, but there have been other things that I've been doing in the meantime, like holiday things, and just yesterday, my sister got me Claire Obscura Expedition 33. For Christmas, and so I was starting that yesterday because she wanted to watch. I didn't mention it, but I feel like people who are watching could probably hear her in my background a bit. And because I don't think she wanted to, I don't know that she really wanted to be seen or known, but she did speak verbally, and I had to, I could have said something, but I didn't want to break the flow, you know? And yes, driving around the Hyrule on your bike with the music is such a vibe. It really is. And then going into cinematic mode and ride sharing with Brant. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, do it. It's fun. Yeah, I really want to explore it more. And yes, I did start Expedition 33, and I'm enjoying it so far. I would like to play more of it, but there are some other things I want to get done first, like this story chapter, and I was also playing Hades 2, and I still haven't beaten one of the big bosses, so I really want to get through that. Okay, sorry. I'll answer the questions. Branch so far is my favorite of the men's in Wuwa. Because how could he not be? I mean, look at him, and also he's so silly. He's so silly and stupid, but in a good way. Ugh, I love him. My favorite EGR character. Well, I feel like I have to have two different answers, because there's my favorite to play, and then there's the guy I like the most, you know? The guy I like the most is probably Chrome. I just like him. They need to give him a new frame. He hasn't gotten a new frame in years. I mean, I would say of all the men, Kamui needed one first, but he's getting one now. So Kamui is he's coming. He'll be here soon. Yes, Chrome. He's so good. Mama Chrome, as they say. I want him to make me food and take care of me. Kamui too, yeah. I like a lot of the guys in this game. Kuro makes some very, very good men, I would say. He is house husband core. He's a male wife. And you should say it. But then my other, like my favorite character to play as and stuff, I guess as as Atelier Kieran, my friend would put it, probably, my favorite diva is Bianca. She's so good. I think, well, there's a couple reasons. More recently, what shot her through the roof for me is she was the first construct to do light damage. There's light damage in this game now. I always want to do light damage in games, and it always frustrated me in this game that there was dark damage, but not light damage. And now there is, and Bianca was the first person to do it. And it's like a full circle sort of thing, because when I first played this game, Bianca was my favorite character. I really liked her Veritas frame. But then they made Liv's Imperia frame, which I thought was very light coated, even though it was fire damage. And now we're back to Bianca, baby. Yeah, Bianca is that bitch. And also, I really on a more serious note, I really love the themes of her character. Because it's this whole thing of she's with the Purifying Force. They're the people who are hated for putting people down, like Old Yeller. And Bianca is always thought of by everybody as not being a good fit for it, because she's so nice and kind and pure-hearted. But it's because she has that gentleness and that kindness, and this quiet strength to her. It's because of that she is the person who's best for it. And I just think that's so interesting. I think it's just I love what they do with her character. And also her newest frame, the one that has the light elements now. She looks so pretty. She looks so pretty. If you haven't seen it yet, I will show you as soon as this scene is over, and then I'll gush over her. Right? We do love when things just make sense. You gotta go eat. Okay. Bye-bye, Fane. Thank you for the raid. Sleep well, and I hope you have a really great rest of your week and a great new year. Happy 2026 almost. Oh yeah, she's got some really good skins too. Oh. Well, let's continue on so I can show off her new frame and just gush over her. Yeah. Good night, Fane. Thanks again. Hopefully I can raid you again sometime soon. I'm sure I'll be able to. Well, looks like there's nothing here. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Could have brought some snacks. Not like food would help anyway. No, you're too kind. You. Uno reverse. Kapew! Right. Constructs can function just fine without eating. Yeah, got him. A strange emotion hangs in the air. Sadness, perhaps? Mono draws an electrolytic vape from her pocket. She takes a long pull, the vapor passing through her artificial lungs before she exhales a shimmering, meditative cloud. Okay, can we talk about this? People who just came in. It's wild to me that there is a construct vaping now. Just the mental image of it is really funny to me for some reason. Like, what do you mean they can vape now? You know that's not what I mean. Mono's hand trembles at Teddy's words, but a glimmer of hope remains in her eyes. She exhales a plume of smoke that the night breeze snatches away, vanishing in an instant. Her barely audible whisper fades with it, into nothingness. Please. I brought you a rose. Please, stop. Teddy raises her right hand and tosses a glass card into the air. Does it really have to come to this? Amid the swirling shards in the sky, 1,000 roses shimmered in the light. I've been thinking for a long time. Why do you have to erase my memories? Why go to such extremes to play these games? Mono. What are you people really plotting against Babylonia? From the distance, the sound of measured footsteps approaches. With each step, a man with fury burning in his eyes draws nearer. Damn it all! I chose the truth! Hey, we were that close. What? Letter from Teddy? I couldn't help myself, so it's not really my fault, right? Why do I see Karenina everywhere? But really, who wouldn't want to take a look, or two, or many, when they see an engineering force captain selling milk tea? I couldn't help myself, so not really my fault, right? My database must be overloaded with too many of her highlights, making her appear whenever I look. Time to clear my collection. Since she did give me a little hint, I picked one that's not too embarrassing for you. Feel free to show it to her. I'm looking forward to her reaction. Okay. Nice. I see being trapped in a virtual reality has not changed Teddy's personality in the slightest. This is Bianca's new frame. It's so pretty. And now she's telling me that I've been online for too long.
I understand that you're thinking of the long road ahead of you. But my concern lies with what's in front of me. Before pursuing your dreams, just take care of yourself today. Please take a break and let me shoulder your burdens for now. won't you?
She looks so pretty. And there's like a lot of really pretty art of her. Oh, and this is Teddy's new frame. She's so cute. Look at her gaming. Oh wait, I'm on light. I mean, on ice only. Yeah, this is Bianca's new frame. She's so pretty. Yeah. And yeah, we've also got Teddy's new frame here. Teddy is the second construct with the Radiance effect. So my Radiance team grows. I'm so happy. And also, actually, just tonight, they just announced the next construct coming in the next version. It's a new frame for Rosetta. We knew Rosetta was getting a new frame. But you know, like, it's just been announced. I'm excited for her to get a new frame. It's been a while for her. Also, maybe her new frame will look a little less, weird. I mean, I get the point of why it looks like this, but it is weird. Although I did see her new frame has her full, like, centaur horse legs, and that's kind of cool. Anyway. Thanks so much for coming, everybody. I'm gonna finish here for tonight. You can't wait for PGR to catch up with Global? Oh, Haru. Didn't you know? We are caught up now. The patch before this one was our first patch that we got at the same time as the Chinese server. Yeah, we're caught up now. We're caught up now. So we're gonna be getting yeah. We're gonna be getting Rosetta's new frame at the same time as everybody else. Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, the first frame that we got at the same time as everyone else was Liv's newest frame, which is also very pretty. Where is it? Here we are. Also Liv's first attacker frame. What do you mean she's not a healer anymore? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so I'm gonna end here for today. I'm about halfway through this new chapter. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again, but tomorrow I'm gonna be doing Final Fantasy XIV weekly stuff. So I think I will continue and hopefully finish this chapter on Wednesday night. So I'm gonna stream the next 2 days. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a very fun time. I hope everybody else had fun too. Well, it won't be New Year's Eve when I'm playing Final Fantasy quite yet. Unless I go past midnight, which is extremely likely. But I will be playing this on New Year's Eve. I'll probably be playing PGR as the new year, like, as we cross into the new year, at least here on the East Coast of the United States. Let's see. I think we are going... Ah! I almost dropped my phone. We are going to go raid JP, aka Nebelkeru. He's the artist who made my PNG, and he's streaming right now. And it's his birthday! So let's all go wish him a happy birthday! Yay! Alright. Once again, thanks everybody for coming, and I hope you all have a great rest of your week. I hope you all sleep well tonight, and I hope I can see you again sometime. Bye-bye! Thank you! Thank you for coming! Oh, hang on, there's ads again. There's ads. I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish. Since it's his birthday, when we raid him, everybody say happy birthday, okay? And maybe we'll do this. Happy birthday, and then we'll do just the wave emote. Do that. Everybody do that. Okay, we're good now. The ads are done. Bye.